He looks a lot like this guy. Depends on the background. He just
Hey, Vero.
Hi there. Hi, guys. Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Sounds it. I can.
Thank you.
All right, I'm seeing, do we have 6 o'clock? I think I have 6 o'clock. All right, why don't we go ahead and get started? Call this meeting to order for the regular commission meeting for Tuesday, January 9, 2024. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Groff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay, do we have at this time any additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda?
I have a number of them, Jonathan.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. I have
You
two
go.
proclamations to add, but
Oh, okay. Well, that was one of the things I was going to add. So you have the MLK and the Law Enforcement Appreciation Day proclamations.
got them.
13C, I believe we can move that to consent. It's the agreement with Sweetwater. Does that have to stay on the agenda for discussion?
Item 13C is going to be removed, but this needs to be done by resolution.
13G, the manager's evaluation, I think should be under old business. It was something that we brought back from the last meeting after a discussion. There are 4 things that are missing from this agenda. So last week I had a conversation with the manager about one of the items that was missing from the agenda that had been submitted on time. And they added it to the agenda. That's why you guys got the addendum. But at the end of the last meeting, we agreed to put the proclamation list for 2024 on this agenda, and it wasn't placed on the agenda. We talked about putting a trip to the upcoming trip to Tallahassee on the agenda to discuss what would be discussed up there.
No, you were going to do that during your workshop with your facilitator.
I watched the end of the meeting this morning, and we agreed at the end of the meeting that that would be put on the agenda. And the board item from December should have been moved forward to the January agenda. It's not on the agenda either.
Board item, the one that we had discussed at the end of the last meeting.
We didn't discuss it.
It came up, I think, right? We didn't actually go through it.
And at the end, we said these are the items we'll move forward to the next agenda, and they're not on. And then I'm hoping we're gonna hear the two traffic items that we discussed at the last meeting. Chris, you said you would report back, according to my notes, you'd be reporting back tonight, so I'm hoping we hear about that in your report.
I-
Sorry, Amsler, Commissioner.
Yes, I just wanted to ask if we could group up the items related to the police together. So we have 13A with off-duty police jobs. Then we jump to meeting notices and resolutions. So, and then we have 13D, police chief, village staff indemnification. Maybe we can put those two together, one after the other. Because I'm sure we're going to need the chief's comments on it.
They are next to each other, aren't they?
I have them as 13A and B.
Commissioner, you may be looking at the original agenda before we added.
Okay, let me just check the website. If
Um,
they're together, then I'm fine. That's all I was going to ask, together with the board being included as well.
I was able to group those when when I redid the agenda last week.
Okay.
With that one, then the other three that we had, the ones that you pointed out, proclamation list, Tallahassee, and the board items.
Yes.
Uh,
Can I ask, Chris, so I did get one document. It was in a revised agenda, but just an item that was missing. Should I go online for the latest agenda?
Yeah, the latest agenda it is on the calendar, it is in the alert section of the website, or it is in the agenda section of the website.
All right,
It's
so
one of those three.
got it. I'm on it. Thank you.
So then we're removing 13C altogether?
Correct. It has to be brought back as a resolution.
13C as well as 13E.
13,
In which?
13C as well as 13E.
13E.
Then Edward?
Correct.
Oh, we're not doing that tonight either?
Okay, so I have 13C and 13E moved. 13G is going to be moved to old business. Question for old business, and then with the addition of those three items that you had brought up, Vice Mayor, proclamation, Tallahassee, and board items.
Yeah, but now that I realize I asked that to be moved to old business, and there are a lot of folks here, I think, want to engage on 13A and B. Out of deference to them, why don't we make that item 13C and let these folks leave if they want to?
Couldn't agree more. Okay, so those are the amendments that I have.
So say them again, please, so I can update my.
So I have addition of old business, 13G is moving to old business, the proclamation list item, the Tallahassee item, and the board issue item. So it's 4 items for old business. And we are removing 13C from new business. We're removing 13E from new business. We only net one. Okay, so do I have a motion in a second to approve the agenda as it's been amended?
I'll make a motion for all those changes.
Can I ask a question? So we're discussing the old business prior entering the off-duty police and everything that we have starting at 13. Will we have enough time to cover this items? I'm wondering if we can start with those new items and leave the old business at the end.
Well, that's what we said. We're gonna put the 2 police items up front, Pharaoh, so we
Okay,
can get them done first.
all
And we
right,
just removed one of the big items off the agenda, so I think our time will be fine. Because the
Okay.
cap agreement's off the agenda.
great. Bear with me, I'm deaf as I'm very sick, so I might ask
Sorry to hear
you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so do I have a second on Vice Mayor? Second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so the amended agenda we'll go forward with, and this time I'll move to our presentations, which are the 2 proclamations that we have as part of our amended agenda. We have 2 of them, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Service Day. I'll read that proclamation under the record first. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union. And whereas Dr. King's teachings continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our communities. And whereas the King Holiday and Service Act enacted in 1994 designated the third Monday in January as a National Day of Volunteer Service. And whereas since 1994, millions of Americans have been inspired by the life and legacy of Dr. King to serve their neighbors and communities on the King Holiday. And whereas serving on the King Holiday is an appropriate way to honor Dr. King, meet local and national needs, bring neighbors together, and strengthen our community and nation. And whereas the King Day of Service is the only federal holiday commemorated as a National Day of Service, a day on, not day off, and offers an opportunity for Americans to give back to their communities and make an ongoing commitment to service throughout the year. And whereas each of us can and should contribute to making our community better with increased opportunity for all of our citizens. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim January 15, 2024 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Service Day, and call upon the people of Biscayne Park to pay tribute to the works of Dr. King through community service projects on this holiday and throughout the year. Our second proclamation this evening is for Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Seems appropriate. Whereas the concept of having a police force has evolved throughout history from being part-time and privately funded to the first full-time publicly funded American police force in Boston in 1838. And whereas by the late 1880s, all major cities had police forces to protect public order. And whereas there are now more than 800,000 law enforcement officers in the United States. And whereas Biscayne Park boasts its own police force employing 10 full-time officers, 5 part-time officers, 26 reserve officers, and 3 administrative officers, which include 2 commanders and a police chief who collectively make our village one of the safest communities in South Florida. And whereas National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, also known as LEAD, has been observed on January 9th since 2015. And those who observe the day spend it thanking police officers for their daily sacrifices made in their communities. And whereas turning on blue lights at homes is recognized across the country as a sign of support for LEAD, whereas LEAD demonstrates that communities recognize the difficulty of police work and they support the police as they provide a critical public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim today, January 9th, 2024, as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and call upon the residents of Biscayne Park to pay special tribute to our local police force by putting blue lights outside their homes, signs of support for first responders, and by personally thanking our officers on duty. Let me just personally thank all of you fine officers for all of your service and for being here this evening. Thank you for everything. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our public comment section. And we'll start with those here in the log cabin. And just as a reminder for public comment, please provide your name and address, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Okay, seeing no public comment in the log cabin, do we have any public comment on Zoom?
We have one, Gage.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm not there. I'm in traffic trying to get there, so I thought I'd zoom in. I was just wanted to speak to the agenda item regarding the outsourcing of the building department. I'm opposed to it. I think that having a in-house staff person is critical to us with continuity to having somebody that knows the village, knows our codes, knows our residents, somebody that is a familiar face inside of the village. I think that outsourcing will lead us to a place of having transitional people coming in and out. Though it might seem like it's saving us money, in the end, it's going to be more work for us, especially on our boards of getting people that know what our village is about. We've seen what happened with outsourcing of trash. Now we are basically beholden to a corporation that can basically dictate to us what they want us to do. And I'm afraid that once we outsource and we have given up the the responsibility of having somebody in-house, that, it will lead us to being, hogtied to a corporation and, having them tell us what that we need to be doing. So I really hope you discuss it, and it's something that I wasn't aware was happening until I just happened to check the agenda this past week. So if anything, more discussion should be done, and the residents should be aware of this. But just keep it in-house, and let's have at least our employees covering this item. So the other thing too is because I am driving to get there, I would like to advocate for moving the commission meeting back to the original time that it was traditionally for years. Us 9 to 5 people, which I know a lot of you there on the dais are too.
We are at time.
This
I
can be a little
apologize.
bit of this could be a little bit of a burden. So thank you. I will I'll close. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No others online.
Do we have any commission reply to public comment?
Well, I suppose someone should tell Gage that we moved the item regarding the building department to February, Gage, so you can come back and talk to us in person about that then.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our item number 8, our reports. Mr. Manager, would you like to start with our reports, please?
Yeah, all of our reports are in the agenda, starting with finances, the unaudited financial statements, which is the poorly named VOBP 11.23 PDF. Next meeting in February, we're going to have finance here in person to go a bit more in depth. Other than that, the Biscayne Park Police Department, clerks, code, and public works monthly reports are all there for your review. The manager's report is kind of a combination of everything else that has gone on. The biggest items for me to discuss, excuse me, with all of you are going to be related to vehicles. But the information, again, is included in the report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
While we're on the subject, I know Vice Mayor Kennedy had brought it up about the update on traffic. Can you provide us with an update on the traffic process for us, please?
Absolutely. So I am still researching, trying to find out how our friends over at El Portal were able to get their traffic plan through. The initial information is it is based solely on traffic counts and speeds. One of the things that we were going to be doing, we were the recipients of the Safer, I forget what the exact name is, I apologize, the Safer Streets grant. Part of that grant is going to be looking at intersections. It's going to be looking at accidents, fatalities. Part of that will most likely include speed and counts. So depending on what that shakes out to be, once we get through the initial phases, that could actually pare down what we need from our traffic study. So there's an opportunity to either refocus some of those resources we had set aside for the traffic study, for parts of the traffic study, or reduce costs. So once we're able to figure out what that scope is for the Safer Streets, I'll come back to the commission with the information on what they're going to cover and then what we need to cover.
What's the timeline on that look like?
I would assume we'll be hearing something back in the next month or two on what the scope is going to be for the Safer Streets Act, or grant, I should say. My hope is by mid-February at the latest. So ideally February meeting, if not March meeting.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the manager's report at this time?
Yeah, I have a couple of quick things if you don't mind, Chris. So you're going to report back to us on that. Is that Safer Street grant something that you move forward on your own, or is that something we discussed before?
The grant has already been received. The funding was already set aside. I believe that was last fiscal. Through CITT, I could be mistaken. We'll have to double check that, but that's not something that needs to come back before the commission again. That was already decided.
So in February, or probably more likely March, you said you'll have more information on that and then you can move forward with it right away?
Correct.
This is not something, another topic, this is not something you said you'd report back on this month, but I'm wondering what progress you're making on the schedule to clean the drains. You said you would report back to us on that, but you didn't say this meeting.
Yep, as I mentioned I believe it's in the manager report, we contracted with a company piggybacked on another municipality who's using them. The cost is below my threshold, so that didn't have to come back to the commission. We estimate between $250 and $500 per drain is going to be the total cost. They're either out and about. I have not seen them yet, or they're going to be out and about in the next couple of weeks. So step one is to, as I mentioned in my report, take a look at the existing drains, see which ones are problem areas, which ones need to be addressed first, and then create a maintenance plan. My goal is to have all drains addressed before the rainy season.
Have them all cleaned out or evaluated?
Addressed, so that can either be evaluated, saying nothing more needs to be done because they're clean enough, or yes, these do need to be cleaned out, and then have that done.
I have a question about noise complaints because I keep getting noise complaints from people. And they tend to happen in the evening when code is not in the village, or on weekends when code's not in the village, and the police department responds to these. Can you remind us again, so residents are aware, regarding noise complaints, if the police respond, are police able to issue code violations? Because if the noise is coming from a short-term rental, we have an ordinance that provides for things to happen after multiple noise violations. Well, not just noise, but noise, parking, and trash. And how do the police responses to noise complaints dovetail into that ordinance so you can enforce that part of the short-term rental ordinance? Because it happens at night mainly.
The police department can cite residences or owners, I should say, for noise violations on the county's noise ordinance. I'll defer to our attorney on how that would tie in to the short-term rental.
Yeah, I'd like to know how these dovetail together, Brad, because we want to be able to enforce that ordinance when we can.
Trying to understand. So you're talking about the officers writing an NTA?
I don't know what an NTA is, but I know that we have a short.
Notice a violation for a violation of the noise ordinance.
Whatever everything's called, I'd just like to know how police responses to noise violations become part of our process for dealing with short-term rentals and noise violations.
Well, they would go to code. They would be handled by the code enforcement board. If they would find them, if they're found in violation.
But can the police trigger that is my question.
My understanding, I've got to look back in the code, but I could have sworn, if I remember correctly, that the police are permitted under your code to enforce code violations.
Okay, and then if they can do that, I'd like to understand how that's happening, because the officers respond to a party at 3 a.m. at a short-term rental. And I'd like to understand exactly what happens after that, so it can trigger the enforcement options that we have for the licenses for the short-term rentals.
I'm looking to make sure I'm correct, but you can, I mean, I can't address what the police officers are doing when they go to that call.
Right, and that'll be the next part of the question for Chris or the chief is, I just would like to know that that's being enforced, because people who live near the short-term rentals are dealing with this. I don't know if you guys are getting the calls and emails and texts, but I do. And we now have an ordinance, and I want to make sure that the ordinance can be enforced when it's the police who are involved rather than the code officers.
Calling code at 3 a.m.
That's not going to happen, yeah. And if there is a way, then we need to make sure that there's some system in place to make sure that happens.
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
It's my understanding that our short-term rental ordinance it would include noise violations issued on the county ordinance. They don't have to be issued by code, although I could be mistaken. So we'll do some more research and get back to you on that.
Well, okay, thank you. You know what? And later this evening, assuming we get through the entire agenda, that's going to come up because I put that back on the agenda towards the end. So if we get there, we can look at it at that time as well and see what the language looks like, Brett. Is that cool?
Good to me.
I just want to know that those things are tied up. And those are all the things I have for Chris, but I do have some things of my own when I get my turn as well.
Okay. All right, thanks, Mr. Manager, for the report. I know it's not specifically on here, I think, but traditionally we would ask the attorney if there's any specific report. Do we have any report from you, Mr. Attorney?
I do not.
Okay, so let's go ahead, go into our commission report section, and I'll ask any of the commission to come forward with a report at this time.
Not for me.
Does Vero have anything? No. Okay, I have a
Okay.
couple of really quick things. I'll be quick.
Okay.
First of all, guys, I'd like to ask everyone up here on the dais to speak into their microphone. I get complaints from people at home that can't hear us. And then when I go back to review the videos sometimes I go back and watch the meetings or sections of the meetings to listen to what we discussed to make sure I have my notes are correct. And there are big sections of the meeting where I can't hear anybody, or there are certain people that I can't hear at all. So if we could all make sure we're talking directly into the microphone, I'd appreciate that. It's not getting on record very well. The Miami-Dade County Mayor Cava has the list of our meeting dates for 2024, and her staff will be letting us know when she wants to attend one of our meetings. And then to remind everybody, you got an email from Chris earlier, late last week. We have a bird walk here in the village on Saturday morning, and I want to make sure everyone's invited. All the officers are invited to our bird walk. We have an ornithologist from the University of Miami who's coming here at 7 a.m. on Saturday. We have about 25 residents signed up for it already. And they'll be gathering for a short lecture about the birds that are native to Biscayne Park. And then he's leading us on a walk through the village, and we're going to go on a bird walk.
This Saturday, right now.
That's this Saturday, yeah. So we're meeting at 7, the lecture's at 7:30. It's not a lecture, it's quick. And then about 8 o'clock, we'll head out on the walk. And when we get back to the rec center about 9:30, the Arts and Culture Advisory Board has organized a native plant sale where people can purchase plants that will create habitat and food sources for birds in their yard. So it's this Saturday. The walk starts about 8 o'clock. Everybody's invited. Hope to see some of you guys there.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one other thing I should mention.
Okay.
So we all received an email earlier today from the manager about an email that I sent out to the community, letting people know about the workshop. And I misworded how residents can engage at workshops. So by definition of a workshop, we're not required to allow for public comment, but we certainly can. And as we all know, on a pretty regular basis, we allow people to opine at public workshops. So I don't know who's going to come on a Thursday or a Friday night to one of our workshops, but in case they do, I think it might be nice if we let people know they have the opportunity to share their opinion on what we're working on, like they do at budget workshops and driveway workshops and whale workshops and lots of other workshops that we have. So you guys are in agreement with that, Brad? Am I allowed to ask for that now? Or do we just do that on Thursday night to allow for public comment
You would have.
that night? Okay, fair enough. I don't recall in all the workshops I've ever attended as a resident or as a commissioner that we've ever discussed public comment at workshops, but we allow it, so.
You might have just historically.
Yeah.
Allowed public.
Yeah.
comment, and it's just, it went without saying.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
If it's a workshop where you're not taking any legislative act, you're not taking any votes,
Mhm.
there is no requirement. It has to be a public meeting. The public
Understood.
And because you're all there and you're going to be discussing city business
Mhm.
or village business, excuse me. But there's no requirement to allow the public to comment, but you can allow public comment.
And there's no rules or laws that say we can't. And in this village, we traditionally have, and we have very highly engaged people come to our workshops on a regular basis. So,
I guess then the way I would put it is unless there's an objection by the commission to allow public comment, you just allow public comment.
okay. Can we do that now, or do we do it on Thursday?
It really doesn't matter.
Guys, are you guys okay if anyone who shows up on Thursday and or Friday could give comment?
Yeah, I don't see why.
Do it all the time.
For me, it just depends on the amount of people that we get. At the end of the day, the idea is that we have the time to discuss among ourselves all the findings that we did during the strategic sessions. So I don't think there is anything wrong to allowing people to come forward with 3 minutes. But if we have 25 people in the room trying to pitch in because they couldn't during the period, we might be stuck with having little time to discuss it.
Yeah,
And I
but
don't
that
think
might-
that's the point at the end. So I think I'm okay as long as it's manageable for us to still allow to do what we're supposed to do those days.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, just comment. So either you allow public comment or you don't, though. So it's not a situation where you can allow it and then.
I understand. And I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Commissioner. I think what she's saying is if we end up with 30 people, then we just don't have time to do it. So, but that's a decision I think we make at, if one person shows up, then okay, great, that's one person.
Correct. I think if there's like 3 people in the room, why wouldn't you
think-
go ahead?
Leave this discussion for your workshop.
I think this discussion about it is probably longer than people would take for public comment
With you.
this Thursday and Friday night. So I think we're probably okay, and we should always be grateful when village residents show up and engage in our meetings. So I think we should applaud that.
All right,
And
so,
So I just want to make that clear, Mac. It's not about not being grateful for the comments. I think they're always welcome. I just want to be mindful of the objective of the meeting. So I welcome anytime, any comments that people want to comment, especially on a subject like this. But I will just be mindful that if we have a lot of people, there's something we have to decide. And I think it's for it to be decided on the workshop day to see how many.
Okay.
let's just wait.
That's what we're
Wait and
gonna
see.
do.
Wait and see approach.
Yeah.
Well, I also,
And just to be clear, people did have a chance to, we allowed them to, give their opinions when we discussed the strategic plan, and God knows we had lots of input, but now this is something different. We're prioritizing what we're going to do this year. So people may have an opinion about, hey, work on this, but don't work on that this year.
the problem with that is that, if you have 10 people show up, you're gonna get 10 opinions, right? But during our process, we had a lot of people that gave opinions and gave input. So are we going to disregard the huge amount of people that already gave input?
We're just going to do
Or
our
the 10
job.
people that come to, so then I honestly don't see the purpose of it. I'm fine with it, but I honestly don't see the purpose.
I don't think we have anything to worry about.
I'm
don't
not
think-
worried about it. I'm just saying, I don't want the 10 people that show up thinking that they're gonna sway what has already been submitted.
No one who ever shows up at a meeting is guaranteed they're going to sway anything that we do.
All right, can we just focus on pushing that to be decided on the workshop day?
That sounds good. Let's take a look and we'll see. Maybe we'll get nobody and it'll be a non-issue. Okay. Vice Mayor Kennedy, was there anything else for your report? Okay, great.
So thanks.
I just had 2 very quick things. Just wanted to keep everyone abreast of the situation. When the manager and I had a conversation with the County Resiliency Group in August, we had talked to them about doing that community partnership where they could apply for a grant and come by and see if there was some resiliency or some flooding help that they could provide to us, probably in the form of a smart pond. We were supposed to have a call with them today. It had to get moved, but that's coming up. So hopefully we have some good news from the county coming on some vulnerability help there. And we also have a few calls with the county vulnerability study that's going to open up for public involvement in how they may be able to help us and identify areas in Biscayne Park that are at risk for storm mitigation efforts. So hopefully we'll have some good news from that as well, but that's going to be probably at least a 30 to 60 day process. We'll give updates when we have it, but that's happening. So it's good to know, especially after that last rainstorm we had. Okay, so that's going to take care of our report section. Let's move on to our consent
Just a
agenda.
quick question that just came up to my head.
Yeah, sure.
That is, Mr. Manager, has there been any update on the log cabin donation? Because I haven't heard a peep out of that. Look, and I think we discussed that, a couple of meetings ago? And I guess we were going to send that to,
That was going to planning and zoning.
yeah.
Yeah, it
Has
was-
there been anything,
Work with
any
the
update?
It was sent to Gage. We have not connected yet to figure out what that's going to look like. The initial estimate that I've received is it's going to cost anywhere between $12,000 and $200,000 to move the log cabin. So that's a huge range. So I will check back in with Gage and we'll have a report for you at the next meeting.
I
Yeah, 'cause-
spoke with, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, pretty soon they're gonna just knock that thing down if we
No, they're
don't.
not. I spoke with Gage earlier today about that. He met with the owner of the property last night, and Gage gave me an update today. And Chris, he's going to be updating you on his conversation because now a timeline has been imposed by the owner based on what he needs to do with the property. So Gage is going to I don't want to speak for Gage, but he's going to be telling Chris what he learned from the owner so Chris can report back.
Excellent. Okay.
Because there's like now a very short timeline.
Yeah, of course. I remember that was one of the items discussed, that the property owner is only going to have a certain amount of time before he's got to move it. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item 9. Do we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent.
Okay, Vice Mayor Kennedy, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Mary Larson's listening in. Thank you, Mary. I don't know if she's there or not.
Great. Congratulations, Mary. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and move on to our item 10, which is our ordinance, ordinance 2024-01, the water supply plan. Mr. Attorney, could you read this on the record for us?
Of course. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, repealing ordinance 2307 and amending the Biscayne Park Comprehensive Plan to incorporate the adopted 16-year water plan update and to strengthen the coordination between the water supply planning and local land use planning by amending certain objectives and policies in the public facilities, conservation, intergovernmental coordination, and capital improvement elements, providing for conformity with Florida statutes, providing for transmittal, providing for providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Now, I don't know Brad, whether you'd like to introduce the item for us or just kind of explain why we have it here, or if Mr. Manager, if you'd like to do it.
I can certainly do that. We had originally passed the water supply plan 2 meetings ago. November, thank you. Yep, there is a time frame of 180 days from that we had to complete the process. It was not completed during that process. Part of it was on our end, part of it was challenges with some legal aspects of it. So we basically just have to start the process over. This is all stuff that had been approved. There are no negative consequences at this point. But we do have to just start the process over and monitor it closer so that we can make sure that we don't violate that 180 days.
Understood. And I may have jumped this, but do we have any public comment on the ordinance before we move forward? No, seeing none. Okay. All right, Mr. Manager, thanks for the introduction there. Do we have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion, Vice Mayor Kennedy, second. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and move this into commission discussion at this time.
I'll jump in. So we missed a deadline. Is that what this is about?
Correct. As I said, we missed the 180-day deadline, so we have to start the process over.
And is it 180 days from when we started it or between? What's the 180-day deadline? And I'd like to hear how we're going to make the deadline this time.
Well, I might be able to address that easier. So there's a second deadline. So the 180-day process is between first read and second read.
Mm-hmm.
Has to be done within 180 days.
Of each other.
The whole process,
Right.
approval of the ordinance has to be done from start to finish within 180 days, from first to second.
Mm-hmm.
The second time frame that exists, or time limitation, is that within 10 days from the approval of the second read of the ordinance, it had to be submitted to the state and various other entities. So once that was not done, so which also took us out of the 180-day period.
So we made our deadlines for the first and second reading. It was after that we missed deadlines.
Well, we had if you remember, we had kind of a third reading.
Right.
Because there was an issue with the second reading didn't incorporate all the amendments. So you had a November reading as well, which complicated issues a little bit. As far as compliance now will be very, very easy. If it's approved on first read as is, because this is incorporating all the amendments that you previously put into the water supply plan. So if it's approved this month, during this meeting, it would be put on for the next agenda for second read. I suspect it will be approved by the commission on second read. We will have we'll have, actually, what I'll do is I'll make sure if that's the case, I can have a copy of the ordinance here for execution. We can just record the votes on it. We can have the mayor sign it right then and there, and then we can submit it the following day.
Okay.
It will be-
I didn't understand exactly where the process went wrong. Now I know, and I obviously want to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I'm going to be honest and say that I did not read it this time. I've been at a work conference for the past 5 days and I didn't read it. So I'm going to read it before a Second Amendment. I'd like to know who did read it to make sure, because we made changes to this, I believe, through the second reading.
It was.
So I'd like to know who checked this to make sure all of those changes were incorporated, because I don't like, here we go again. And I don't want to sound like a jerk, but I'm finding lots of mistakes on things all over the place, agendas and links and all kinds of things. And I'm tired of checking for these things. So who checked it this time to make sure that it's right?
So to answer your question, it was Alex David. He was involved in the process from the start to finish. Unfortunately, I was not. So I asked Alex to go through all the amendments, because he was present in the meetings and recording all the amendments. And I asked him to go through that and ensure that all the incorporated changes and modifications to the water supply plan were incorporated into this specific ordinance. And he reviewed it, he sent it back to me. I made the tweaks that I had to make with regards to the whereases and whatnot to explain how we got here and why we're here and how to move forward. And I think that's the answer to your question.
Okay, so Alex checked everything and he was in all of our meetings. Chris, did Alex charge us for that extra work? Because we were done with him. The project was over. Did he charge us anything extra for that extra work he did? No?
I don't believe he's intending to do that.
Okay, well, I have to ask because we got to mind the money.
My conversations with him is he intended to see this through. There was
Okay,
part of the issue, and I'm not putting blame on anybody, but part of the issue with regards to the second read, the original second read of the ordinance, for lack of a better term, was there was a miscommunication as to who was going to prepare incorporate the amendments between first read and second read. That's how we had the issue that we had. So that's why the decision was, Alex, you have all the notes, you've been at all the meetings, you know what was approved. And he had it originally. You incorporate it into the body of the ordinance, so everything is included, and then give it back to me. I'll make sure it's legally sufficient so they can be presented to the commission.
okay. I'm gonna go through the whole thing again because I have copious notes, of all the changes we made, and I made notes on the PDFs as well. But I'm just kind of tired of going through everything and checking to verify that things are done properly and kind of babysitting items. So I'm glad Alex took a look at it. I would like to think that some people internally here at the village took a look at it as well and didn't trust an outside vendor to get it right. Not that I'm saying anything negative about Alex David, but I would like I'd like to know that someone inside this village also looked at it to make sure, and that we're not voting on an ordinance that hasn't gone through the people in this village who are ultimately responsible for this thing. Because guys, we vote on this, it's ours. We vote on it. Our names are on it. And we're relying on things to come back to us properly, and they're not. This topic's coming up again later tonight. Jonathan, you signed them.
I had a note in here that this is going to be tied to 13D.
Yeah. So, did anyone here in the village go through this and check it to make sure that everything was done properly? You did, Pamela? No? Chris, did you?
This process started before the clerk and I were here. We don't have those notes as to what changes were requested. So the answer to your question is no, I can't tell you if all the changes made during those meetings prior to us arriving here were made. So that's why we rely on our experts to
I understand you were in
us.
the meetings, but we voted on this at second reading and you have a copy of that. So you know what we voted through. So there is something that you can check against. I'm going to check it before second reading and I hope it's all correct. And in cases like this, I'd like to know that someone's crossing Ts and dotting Is. That's all I'm saying. Let's vote on this thing. It's exhausting to do things again and again and again.
Do we have any other commission discussion on the item before we move to roll?
I would just add to that, I agree these things need to be double validated internally, and I rely on the team to do that. My vote on the ordinance is yes, considering the feedback I got from Bradley. But in the future, when there is cooperation between agencies such as Alex and the village and many changes in the middle, Bradley, I would ask if maybe there is a way you guys interact to make sure those changes are double checked so that we don't get here again. That's all I have to say. For the rest, I am okay approving it, considering that's been checked by Alex David.
Right. So having completed discussion on this item, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll, please?
Mayor Groff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
The item passes on first reading 4-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so having completed item 10, let's get on down to, I'm gonna pass over old business for right now. We're gonna start with our items 13A and 13B. A whole lot of folks have been very patient. So let's go ahead and get started with 13A. And Mr. Manager, would you please introduce the item for us?
This item is on the agenda to discuss the off-duty police job. So I'll give you a little bit of background on what this program is, what it does, what it means, and what the effects are. Off-duty police jobs, as we're referring to them tonight, are our officers working elsewhere on duties requested by other police departments. So this could be working Hard Rock Stadium for events. This could be foot patrols at North Miami Beach. This could be working some of the malls in Sweetwater. This could also be sitting in their vehicles with emergency lights activated by construction sites, or ensuring no folks are trespassing, those sorts of things. So the reason this program is important is those off-duty jobs provide a significant source of income for officers, far more than they could make in law enforcement. What this program means to us, we currently have 39 reserve officers who participate in this program. A reserve officer is one who we give equipment. We allow to use our vehicles. They can use the equipment and vehicles at these off-duty jobs. However, in exchange, we get to between 12 and 20 hours per month of their services here at Biscayne Park. That translates into roughly 468 hours a month, or roughly 117 hours per week. That would be around 2.5 full-time equivalents. The reason this program is important is those are funds that we don't have to spend. We don't have to hire those officers. It's kind of it's a good agreement in that we get the use of their services. We can meet the state statute requirement that we have 2 officers on every shift. And it doesn't cost us what it would to have those officers with us. I took a look at what it would cost us if we were to eliminate the program, and it would be about $266,000 a year that we would have to find to fund additional positions and fund extra police officers coming in. So that's the brief look at what the program does and what it means for us. The situation that we're currently involved in, this is determining whether or not we have the jurisdiction or the legal ability for them to do this, as well as determining our financial liability. This seems to be, depending on who you ask in the county, either clear cut or gray area. In chatting with the other village managers, I reached out to all of them. There are a few that don't do this program. There are several that do. I've had opinions from their attorneys. Some say, to varying degrees, yes, this program is legal and lawful. I checked with our insurance company to see what our liability is if an officer were to be injured or injure somebody else. And our insurance company said, as long as the officer is working for Biscayne Park, it doesn't matter how that job came in, they're going to be covered under our insurance. So from my perspective, the remaining aspect that we had to decide is the legal aspects, or the jurisdictional or authority aspects. And that's something I'm assuming our attorney will be able to speak to. So I'm going to hand it over to him for that.
So just let me start by clarifying one thing.
I'm sorry, Brett, I'm getting
Yeah.
text from people who can't hear you.
Okay, let me just start by clarifying one thing. There is nothing illegal about an officer working a off-duty detail outside of the jurisdiction of Biscayne Park. There's nothing, illegal is the wrong term. So that it is permitted. There's circumstances where it's permitted by law. It's a matter of mechanism of how that's accomplished, what exactly the details are, and what types of liabilities or potential liabilities there are for the officers and for the village, if depending on those circumstances and what acts are being taken and where and how. So from what has been described to me is that these details that the officers are working off duty in other jurisdictions are happening through what is called a mutual aid request. Mutual aid is a statutory creature. It was created by the legislature. It's under Chapter 23. And what the intent of mutual aid was to allow neighboring police agencies, law enforcement agencies, really throughout the state, to enter into these mutual aid agreements with each other, where they could request, for various reasons, the assistance of outside law enforcement agencies to come in and assist with routine law enforcement activities within their jurisdiction, whether it be large-scale special events, whether it be some type of natural catastrophe, whether it be a riot, whether it be something that is occurring in their, whatever it is that might be occurring within their jurisdiction, that they do not have the personnel to cover, or it would tax their police department to the extent that if they had to cover it, they wouldn't be able to carry out their other law enforcement responsibilities within that community. So what it permits and it allows those law enforcement agencies to do is to make requests. It's generally, and it has to be done, there has to be an agreement, a mutual aid agreement that's been drafted between those agencies. It sets out a process. It sets out what it is that the mutual aid, what types of activities fall under the agreement, and a process for how you ask. It's generally asked from police chief to police chief. So requesting to the offering police chief, and then it goes through a process, or a police chief's designate. And it goes through a process for approval. The importance of the mutual aid request and the detail going through the mutual aid request is a officer, and I call him an OJ officer, but the visiting officer, the officer that's coming from another jurisdiction, whether it be the village or anywhere else, if they're acting under a properly made mutual aid request, they are given by law all the authority, protections, limitations that exist for an officer as if they were working and hired by that jurisdiction to do law enforcement work. Okay, so that's very important. And that's important for liability for the officers. That's important for the liability of the village. A majority of the details that have been described to me that the village officers are involved in fall under that mutual aid. So that there are no issues that I see. These are situations such as working security or traffic details at the stadiums where the Heat play and where the Dolphins play. That's fine. Large scale events. If there are, even and I've changed my opinion a little bit based on some of my research. If there are traffic details, let's say, for instance, there's a construction site in another jurisdiction, they don't have the manpower or the personnel to come and work a traffic detail or somehow that's permissible for them to come mutual aid. It's a public safety. It's a routine law enforcement activity that would normally be carried on. So they could set up. An officer could be there in their marked unit, even outside of their jurisdiction, with their marked unit, with their overhead lights on, to warn people of the danger of a construction site or some type of activity that's going on in a roadway. That's all permitted, and it's all covered within mutual aid. There is a very small block of details, and I don't know to what extent it affects the law enforcement officers here, because I don't know how many of these details actually take place. But in my opinion, there's a very small block of these off-duty details that the officers are doing that do not fall under a proper mutual aid request. They're not routine law enforcement activity. And what I tend to call them is mom and pop details. And what I mean by that is You have a homeowner that's having a party at their house and they would like a police officer out front. You have businesses, whether it be Target, whether it be Publix, a restaurant, a bar, where they want a uniformed police officer standing out there. These are essentially private security details is what they are. And they're done. They are routinely done as off-duty details by probably every agency in the state. But generally, in my experience, they're done only within their jurisdiction because that's where their officers have authority. The concern is not that they can't do them. They still can do them. The officers can do them. But under the law, if they're not acting under mutual aid, which I don't believe they are, then they're acting as private citizens performing a security detail outside of their jurisdiction. If they're working as private citizens, their arrest powers, their power to detain individuals is limited to that of a private citizen, which means they can detain somebody for a forcible felony or if there's a disturbance of the peace. That's it. That's what state law says. Same thing as a private citizen. It also means that it's very likely based on my research that they may not be afforded and the village may not be afforded the certain immunities that apply under Chapter 76828. So there's potential liability concerns. For the officers themselves, there's also a concern with regards to them being injured in a workers' comp type of situation. So for instance, let's take a Publix. If an officer, let's just stick with our village. If a village officer is working a Publix in, let's say, North Miami, and they're walking down an aisle and they slip and fall on something that was spilled on the floor, and now they're injured and they can't come to work. That is historically a workers' comp claim, okay? The question becomes, whose workers' comp are we talking about? Are they working for the village or are they working for Publix at the time? I can tell you that there is a case that I shared with the manager that came out of Miami Beach where there was a police officer working an off-duty detail at Mount Sinai Hospital. And he was charged with just doing general security while he was off duty. He's walking through the parking lot. He slips and falls in the parking lot, not taking law enforcement action. And this officer was within his own jurisdiction at the time. And he tries to make a claim on the city's workers' comp saying, I can't come to work right now. I've been hurt. I was walking in the parking lot. I fell. And I don't remember if it was a pothole, whatever it was. The city's carrier said, no, you were not working. You're not employed by the city. You may have been authorized to do this off-duty. It was an off-duty security job. You were an employee of the hospital. The hospital was saying, no, this officer was an independent contractor, was not one of our employees, was not covered by workers' comp. Ultimately, the court examined the agreement that the officer had with Mount Sinai and determined that the village workers' comp coverage was not the coverage that would apply, but it was Mount Sinai. Now, again, as we know how workers' comp coverage is, that's going to have a financial implication, on what the officers would get paid through that insurance. So that's a concern for the officers. It's not so much a concern for the village, but it is a concern I just want to bring out there so that the officers are aware of it. And I've dealt with this in other jurisdictions before. So it's really these quote unquote mom and pop businesses that I think are the issue. They're not illegal for the officers to work them. The city can certainly authorize it. And I think it's a situation where we would like the commission to have eyes wide open that the officers are doing this and that you're all okay with it and understand what the potential liabilities are if this were to go forward and continue on. But these other details with regards to the ones I've described, which from what I understand are numerous throughout the county, they exist and they're available. And there's no issues. They're proper, in my opinion, they're proper mutual aid requests for the officers to go work outside their jurisdiction. And they're covered under mutual aid.
When they're not private businesses, when they're assisting another community.
It can be, well, I mean, if you think about it, when Marlin Stadium is a private enterprise. So they are working for a private enterprise.
How is that different than public?
Because it's a public safety event. It's crowd control. It's traffic control. it's activities that are routine law enforcement activities.
And that local jurisdiction is supporting that event and
Correct. And
Helping
they
to
do not
manage
have
it.
the manpower to support it.
Got
And
it.
without that, they would be so taxed that they could not do their own patrol duties and respond to crimes in their jurisdiction.
even though it's a private entity, it's a public event.
Correct.
Public- Publix is a private entity, but it's not a public event.
I would equate it close to a special event, like
Got it.
as it was, as opposed to a private security where you're talking about a small business that desires to have an armed and uniformed police officer on their premise.
I just have two quick initial questions. Number one, is this a new program that just recently started that we just captured? Or is this something that has been going on for a long time? And I just want to understand how we're here and why we're talking about this.
My understanding, this has been going on for quite some time. How we're here. It was a conversation with a member of city staff who brought it to my attention and asked my opinion about it. And that, when I gave my opinion, that kind of opened up the discussions.
May I ask some questions of Brad based on what it said? So it says in here, as long as the request for our officers comes from another law enforcement agency, our officers are acting within the scope of their jobs.
Where are you reading, Commissioner? I'm
It's-
sorry.
It's Chris's cover memo.
Okay, but
So it says, as long as the request for our officers comes from another law enforcement agency, our officers are acting within the scope of their jobs and would be covered by our liability insurance. Chris, can you, or Brad, can one of you explain how these requests come through? Let's use the Publix as an example. I go to the Publix here on Sixth Avenue. I see North Miami cops in there all the time, and I see our officers in there as well. So how do those requests come? How does our officer end up at Publix in North Miami?
If I can, to answer that question, I'm going to ask our chief to respond. Just real quickly to recap what you had just gone over. My primary concern was financial liability for the village. Should something happen, should an officer be injured? That's why I sought written information from our insurance company. So the way that would work to ensure that these jobs are covered from the financial liability perspective is, let's talk about the Publix just outside our borders. North Miami PD would send the request to Biscayne Park PD for officers. It doesn't matter what kind of job it is, as long as that job came to the Biscayne Park Police Department. And then similar to what other municipalities do, we'd have a off-duty office or special events office. They would then allocate officers or put that job out for hire. As long as we follow that process, our insurance company said there is
They're okay.
no reason why that would be.
So Publix contact, because that Publix is in North Miami, Publix, North Miami contacts North Miami Police Department. I'm assuming they probably give their officers top priority. And when they don't have someone, then they contact our chief or chiefs around the area and we'll send someone over there. Is that also because, I'm gonna use the wrong word. Is it also because we have a mutual aid agreement with North Miami specifically?
So that is a great question, and that seems to be a sticking point. I've had conversations with our attorney. I've had conversations with the PBA as well as other managers and other officers, and there's some question about what mutual aid covers. Not speaking for the attorney, but his position is mutual aid does not cover routine things like this. It's more for special events.
But to answer your question, the process that the manager has described would be the process to make a mutual aid request of another agency.
Okay.
That's how it'd be
So
required.
first, we would have to have a mutual aid agreement with that municipality, for
Correct.
that to all happen.
Or at very least, a countywide one that all the agencies have entered into together. So, but yes, some type of mutual aid agreement. So, what the question becomes is whether or not let's call it just the Publix detail, so we know what we're talking about. Would the Publix off-duty detail be covered and be a proper mutual aid request? And if it is, then all the protections that come with mutual aid
Good.
come with the detail, and everything's fine. My opinion is that it is not.
It's not. Okay, I understand.
And-
So then just to finish checking that box, if it is, we're good. Do we have a mutual aid agreement with every municipality that these folks are being asked to go work in? Do we have one with North Miami? Do we have one with, I see them over in North Miami Beach? Okay.
Is this one or all?
I spent New Year's reading through all of our mutual aid agreements
To you.
and we're covered. We have agreements with everybody.
We have, we're not sending officers anywhere that we don't have a mutual aid agreement.
Correct.
So if what we're hoping might be good, we'd be covered by that and the insurance company would say our liability kicks in.
Correct. I just want to expound on that just 1 minute. What insurance will not cover is Publix reaching out to me personally, Chris Truitt, officer, and they say, hey, what are you doing Friday?
They
That
have
is-
to go through the municipality where they're
Correct.
located and that police department the chief or a designee has to contact someone here, our chief or whoever's in charge of it. Okay.
And that's the way it's currently happening, right, chief?
So yeah, I apologize. I asked the chief to get up and speak.
I think that might be off, chief. It might be.
I can't hear anything.
So that's a yes, it's off.
All right, so let me clarify the comments with mom and pops. That's not something that we partake in. Our off-duty special events, and that's why they call them special events, because it's aside from regular duty. And that has kind of gotten convoluted. It's a special event, it's an off-duty because it's not part of the routine duty. So municipalities will contact us. For example, one of the municipalities we work with is Miami Beach. So we have officers that'll work, let's say Publix or CVS. They're not working. Our officers are not working for CVS. I don't know why this has become an issue. They're not working for Publix. We're working on the request of the agency that is requesting us. So they can't fill the job. And like the attorney said, it's for public safety reasons, not for security. We're not glorified securities. We're there for public safety reasons.
I think Brad's saying mom and pop to indicate
No, I
private businesses.
Right, but he's classifying it as the Marlin Stadium and the other examples he gave. Those mom and pops requests come through the mutual aid, come through the request of those local municipalities. We don't go work a party at in Doral for someone's house party. You know, we only do that within our village jurisdictions. So that I think that information, I want to clarify that because it's extremely, extremely important. When it comes to workman's comp, another, and I know the case because I have a family member that works in the beach and I know that case very well. They were working at Mount Sinai. The bottom line there is this. We had an officer, and I'm not going to name the officer, working at the CVS. That officer, by a person that was not mentally okay, punched our officer while standing at the door. We went through workman's comp. He had gotten a bruised eye. Workman's comp covered it. It was a duty related incident, and there was no issues at all with our workman's comp here at that time, which is the FMIT. So we've discussed this with our insurance carrier. They're working at the request of these different municipalities. They're not doing this freelancing on their own.
No, I think we understand that.
So-
So back to the insurance policy. Chris, which insurance policy is this?
This is law enforcement liability and workers' comp.
This is specific to the police department. This is not the village policy.
I don't,
Is this a new policy or is this something we've always had?
we've always had some sort of policy along these lines. We have a new carrier. That's a great question and I don't have the answer to.
Chief, can I ask you a question? Oh, sorry.
So I wish the insurance policy, because a lot of this is about an insurance policy and are we covered? I wish the insurance policy were on the back up here with sections that, relevant sections highlighted so we could read them. Okay, and just to be clear, officers are not required to do these gigs. This is something they choose to do. They're not required to do it as part of their employment at the village, right, chief?
That's correct.
Okay. And Brad, is there a possibility of having, if liability is the concern, I'm just trying to think of a workaround if we decided this were a concern for us. Is it possible to have them sign some kind of a waiver that says they understand that they're not, our insurance is not covering them when they do this?
Have the officers sign a
Yeah.
waiver?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they could sign a waiver. I don't know that they would want to be.
No, I'm just trying to think of all the options, all the ways
I
this
think
could work
that
out.
The reality is, it depends on what insurance you're talking about. So workers' comp is one thing. If they were to sign a waiver saying they understand that the city's, just saying for argument, that the city's liability coverage is
Isn't covering
not
them.
going to cover their actions, the city's still going, if there's a lawsuit because of some activity, somebody gets hurt, whatever it might be, the city's going to be a party to that suit. I mean, because they're.
Wouldn't stop people from coming after us.
Well, not at all, because I mean, and they're acting under color of title because they're wearing a police uniform.
And they have our name on them.
And anybody that they would encounter is going to assume that they're a police officer and they're
Mm.
acting under color of law.
I wish I understood better the insurance policy because
We-
a lot of this is really about that.
So I just want to recap real quick. From Brown and Brown, from the insurance company that we use. As long as the off-duty job comes through the police department, they're covered. To Brown and Brown, it doesn't matter how that job came in or where it came from. As long as it comes through our police department, they're covered under that. We have concerns about making sure that we have the proper mutual aid agreements for the police departments to work together, but for strictly liability, Brown and Brown says we're covered.
Yeah,
So what's the concern?
Yeah, I don't
Commissioner, I met
understand.
with-
I don't know. I really, I'm perplexed tonight. I think this is a much ado about nothing.
That's exactly.
So, and while I appreciate, looking at, making sure that the village is covered and all that stuff, it seems to me that the process is in place. You have mutual aid agreements, the agencies are requesting, the aid. We live in a crazy world. Anywhere there's a police officer, it's a public safety issue. It's not I don't see police officers at anywhere, as security people. I see them as, oh, thank God they're here. If there's a mass shooting, we have police officers here to protect us. So I don't honestly understand why this whole thing, but we're here. As far as I'm concerned, like I said, this is much ado about nothing. So as long as the insurance carrier says, we're good, I don't see an issue.
So then what is this what are you asking us to do with this item? Because I'm a little confused too, like why we're here if I read the insurance part of it and it sounds like we're covered. And what are you asking us to do with this I don't know if it's a full-time person, but an off-duty officer coordinator position and collecting fees, and it doesn't say who we would collect the fees from. I'm a little why do we need what is all that about?
Yeah, that's one of my concerns. One of my concerns is ensuring any program like this that we have is beneficial to the village. So the first part of being beneficial is the additional 468 hours of coverage that we have. However, our officers are using our equipment, they are using our gas, they are blowing our tires, they are, we're having maintenance situations. So part of that is I want to make sure that we are recouping those costs. Miami Beach, is it, sir, that provides us the administrative fee is what they call it?
Correct.
Miami Beach, in addition to paying the officers, pays us an administrative fee. That administrative fee is to be used to cover things like maintenance on the vehicles. So as we move forward with this off-duty office and this new kind of organization that we're going to have, we're going to require those fees from every off-duty job so that we can start. We're not looking to make money off of this, but cover our costs for maintenance.
Okay, so let's go back to the Publix example. Publix on 6th Avenue contacts North Miami. We need an officer on Friday night. They contact our chief and they assign one of our officers to go there and work. Who's paying that fee to us?
The Publix will pay North Miami. North Miami, then from their special events office, will cut a check to the village and it will go to the village and then the village pays the officers.
Because if I understand the process of paying these folks and I sign the checks as vice mayor, we're paying them for this work and then we're being reimbursed
No.
by-
No. We're not, the Publix pays the municipality that they requested.
Mhm.
That municipality will then pay Biscayne Park,
Right, and then we're
And then-
cutting a check.
and then we cut a check.
That's what I'm saying. So we're paying the officer and we're getting the money from the other municipality.
The end result is the same. The process is different. We don't pay them and get reimbursed. We distribute those funds that come in from
Yeah.
them.
So we wait until we get the money to distribute it.
Correct.
And then what you're saying is you would add a fee to that.
Correct.
And is that a standard thing that other municipalities are doing? They're adding fees?
When the municipalities bill the businesses, that fee is already part of the cost of doing business. It's called an administrative fee.
So are we collecting that now?
Yes.
And what are we doing with that money now?
That's a great question. Right now,
Okay.
it's going into general fund. We need to, part of my focus is figuring out how to get this infrastructure built so that we can capture those and use those appropriately.
Okay, so it's not really a matter of charging, having someone pay us a fee. You're saying they're paying us a fee and it's just kind of being absorbed into the village somewhere. You just need to reallocate that to pay for the wear and the tear and the.
And then I will introduce Mr. Axelrad. He is general counsel for the South Florida Police Benevolent Association.
I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it sounds like the mic is off again.
There is no vote required, though. This is just discussion.
Be helpful.
We have, and some of these wires are like long.
I'm sorry, I said vote required. I thought that on the agenda it said requesting approval, but so to that point, and I negotiate collective bargaining agreements all over Monroe and Miami-Dade County. And yeah, we negotiate off-duty rates, we negotiate administrative fees. It's certainly not supposed to cost any municipality any money to administer these programs. The idea of municipal officers working in other jurisdictions is common. It's everywhere. The only thing I would suggest is the idea of mom and pop, and I understand, you know, the manner in which the city attorney is using it, you know, and to the extent that the councilman says, I agree. If you have an officer working, it's because Publix or the mom and pop, the quinceañera,
Sounds like we lost it again.
Yeah.
This is going to be a longer term fix. Would it be appropriate to have him use one of our microphones?
Yes, yes,
Here.
yes.
I apologize.
Share for me?
So this is, just elect me.
Well, just take a seat. We got an open spot for you.
You'll take a percentage of what I'm earning for being here. That would, what's a percentage of zero? So to the extent that any vendor believes that they need more police service at that location, they believe that for a reason. There's an increased possibility of some problem happening, and you can't call the police department and say, can you put, I am a taxpayer in this municipality. Can you place an officer in front of my house for the quinceañera for 6 hours? And the department is going to say, no, we don't have the manpower for that. We'd love to be able to do that. We don't have the manpower for that. But you can hire one through our off-duty program. And the municipality doesn't have the manpower. I promise you, any municipality that's using Biscayne Park officers is only doing so because they don't have enough manpower on their own to fill those positions on their own. So then they reach out and they say, hey, Biscayne Park, North Miami, Sweetwater, whoever it may be, can you supply officers for us? So it's always that request coming from the municipality to that department in order to fill those positions that otherwise aren't going to be filled for people that need that extra police service. So it's not a security guard. And then you have chapter 23, I believe, of the statutes that is very broad. It allows for municipalities to be as broad as they want to as to what routine police service is. And to me, that certainly includes this type of police service, because that's what your taxpayers is wanting. So again, this is something that's been going on here for the 26 years I've been working at the PBA and longer. There's never been an issue. It just reminds me, quite frankly, of the typical law school final exam problem where you're going to talk about some crazy event that you have to be, ready to answer. The reality is it'll never happen. I don't know of any lawsuit that has happened in the course of off duties, but something may happen tomorrow. And the village may very well be sued. They'll be sued either way. And it's just the price of doing business sometimes. But you've got a bunch of officers here that work here, reserves especially, and I don't represent the reserve officers, only your full timers, but the reserve officers that work here solely because they can make that extra income from the off duty program. So to cut that out or not continue it, would be devastating. So,
Mr. Axelrad?
Yes.
Sorry. I just have a quick question for you. One of the things you mentioned kind of keyed off in my mind. You said that the statute's broadly worded, that it can incorporate a wide array of services.
I left my statute up there.
I'm not interested in reading it. I'm just more interested in one of the things that I wanted to ask.
How it reads is, a mutual aid agreement may allow for discretion by the parties as to when, whether, and to what extent assistance will be available.
Oh, and the point being, the reason I'm asking about that, if that language is generally incorporated into these mutual aid agreements such that any type of duty may be considered or may be interpreted as falling under those duties being provided.
I think you're covered.
So that's really my question is, can these mutual aid agreements incorporate a wide array of services such that you can read that into it or supplement the statute? Because you don't
Again,
include it.
I'm not your city attorney.
Right, I understand that.
I'm saying I've done this for a long time.
Right.
And I think that your mutual aid agreements, and I think that when you look at that Miami Beach case and what the city attorney said was they had to look at that agreement and kind of parse the language to see. I think that municipalities learn from that and make sure that they're writing better mutual aid agreements to make sure they don't have to deal with that issue.
You know when the last time that statute was amended, by any chance? And Chief, at this.
I can tell you in 2013, but when you look at these statutes, how they're written, I don't know what part was amended.
Sure, I understand. And I appreciate it. Thank you very much for.
Thank you.
on that. Chief, I have a quick question for you. One of the things that came up in the letter from the carrier, I had flagged, it says, I would make sure that there are updated agreements between the entities. And it further goes on to say, I would be sure that the village law enforcement SOP for requested officers are clear and updated. So,
That last part again?
it's the last full paragraph. It says, like we discussed, I would be sure that the village law
The
enforcement
SOPs,
SOPs are clear and updated. It sounds to me, I feel pretty satisfied that this is broadly worded enough that we can capture a large amount of off-duty services, or whatever is, we're talking about here. But the reason I asked about the last time that the statute was updated was maybe have our agreements been updated to include any amended languages that the new statute has or incorporates. So the question I had, I don't know if we have that here tonight, is how recent have these been updated?
Yeah, so these mutual aid agreements have terms. So once they get to, before the expiration date, we work with the municipality and we get them updated on a routine basis.
a
For
rolling
example,
basis?
right.
Okay.
The one that we're discussing today with Sweetwater or North Miami or so on. But nonetheless, in abundance of precaution, I've given the MOU book to the manager, which he could share with the attorney, and they can make sure that they're all updated, accurate, and they meet the requirements of the insurance company.
Well,
Lastly, I met with the insurance company, the carrier, with the manager, and they were crystal clear. I mean, there's no doubt they will cover us in any incident, as long as we're going through the appropriate steps of the MOU and the request and so on.
I have two questions about that. And I want to go back to what Jonathan just said, because he brings up a very valid point. We may have these agreements, but we aren't necessarily sure that they're worded properly to reflect the state statute. So I think someone needs to go through and we'd hate to find out that one of these that we think expires in 2 years doesn't have the appropriate language in it. I think that's what you're saying. We need to make sure not only we have them, but that they're correct for this specific purpose, that they were worded properly to cover this.
Right, because they point that out in the letter, and I'm not interpreting the letter from the carrier to say yes, we're going, yes, no, we're not. I mean, I understand there's a lot of gray area there. That's fine. I'm just saying, in theory, this, to me, I kind of agree with Commissioner Gonzalez that, this doesn't seem to present much of a problem, but updating, maybe just reviewing and updating those agreements to make sure that they are current would be helpful. I think it might be. Well, we have, maybe come take a seat if you wouldn't mind, Chief.
I'll be brief. Every MOU since I've been here, every memorandum of understanding goes through our legal department, our village attorneys. They review it, then either we bring it to the commission, or in some of them where it's just a signature of the manager and the chief, then at that time, we sign. So all MOUs go through the legal process.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is MOU is the same as mutual aid agreement, or is the MOU signed with the officer, or are we talking between agencies, meaning North Miami and Biscayne Park? I was confused about, so is it the same MOU as mutual aid agreement?
Yes, so the
Got it.
memorandum of understanding is the basis for putting together these agreements. So yes, the answer to that is they're both the same.
So on that, the attorney made a comment at the beginning saying that the majority of the details fall under the mutual aid agreement. So are there a percentage that don't? If I understood you clearly, Chief, you said we don't do any of those mom and pop sort of jobs unless we are under an MOU.
That's why I was not a fan of the mom and pop word, because I think it just creates a gray and confusing area. The bottom line is that all the off-duty events, all the special events or off-duty work that we do is associated with at the request of another municipality or another agency. So that is covered under the MOU.
Got it. And I had my last question. So what's the process for a police officer to be participant in one of this? So there is a public notice, I'm guessing, from the agency contacting let's say North Miami, contacting Village of Biscayne Park, asking for officers to assist. Do you have to approve? Is there a detail on what the job is? And is this something that goes through your personal approval of these officers to be part of this this job that they're being required to assist?
Yes, so it does come to the police department. It's reviewed by our staff, myself or the commander, and then we assign it to one of our off-duty coordinators, who then contacts officers to see who's available to work those details.
So you're ultimately aware of all these jobs that are being under the MOU. So nothing such as a mom and pop, me hiring a police officer because I have 30 people over would happen. It would have to be because we have an agreement per se with the municipality or the city for additional support. And you will always be aware of this happening.
The request comes, so to answer that question, the request will come through the agency, and then the agency will go ahead and delegate an officer to work that detail.
So are you aware of each one of these jobs?
Yes, I would be aware. So you
Okay.
can hire an officer, and it's happened here at the village, and
Yeah.
you can hire an officer for a private party at your house. You can. There's nothing.
I hired some a couple
Yeah,
months ago.
so that's why I didn't like that mom and pop thing, because it
But if it's
creates
from a
right.
different
So the bottom
jurisdiction,
line is, these requests go through the departments. These are approved by our staff, and the officers are working at the request of another agency, but representing our village.
Pharaoh, are you asking if our chief is personally approving these?
yes,
Yeah, that's what she's wants to know.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
okay.
Each
That's
one,
what I
you're
wanted,
approving each
because
one
at the end
before
of the
the
day-
officer goes out, you're signing off and saying it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
And you're,
I
and then
mean-
you know there's an MOA and all of that.
Correct. I'm aware of the the jobs that they work.
Was
I
that
got
the-
it. And in my
the
example with the party, I was just referring if it's out of the jurisdiction. So it would be a Biscayne Park officer working in North Miami or something like that. At the end of the day, I also agree the process seems to be in place and the controls and the SOPs are in place for you to make sure that these agreements are in place. And then all these details fall within those agreements.
Right, I'm gonna add to that. There's also a Florida state statute that outlines what we can and cannot do. For example, if a felonious crime occurs, whether they're in this jurisdiction or outside their jurisdiction, and it requires officers to take action. They can't just stand there and do absolutely nothing, including in case certain specific misdemeanor crimes, which are crimes that are not felonious crimes, if, especially when it's a person's crime, officers have a sworn duty to act. So as long as our officers are guiding themselves by Florida state statute and the color of law, they're covered under the Florida state statute and they're covered under the mutual aid agreement.
Can we
Okay.
go back to the Vero? I'm sorry, were you done, Vero?
No, yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
I want to get back to the money if we may. So I read this item and it says at the end, basically here are the recommendations. Part of it is, it says our current program needs revamping. It says the village covers the bill for all these things. I understand that. Said we will follow the lead of other municipalities and create an off-duty job coordinator. But you just said you already have one.
Yes,
So we already have this position.
yes, sir.
So we don't need to create another position. This sounds like we're going to create another position.
That's my improper wording. We need to create the infrastructure whereby we can capture and monitor.
Got it. Okay. Because this says we're gonna, it sounds like we're hiring another employee. So
No.
that was a concern of mine. Okay, and then it says, and they will capture an hourly administrative fee, but you said, chief, that we're already capturing that too.
Correct.
Okay, so we have someone doing this and we have the money coming in. It sounds like we're simply not allocating the money within our budget. It's just kind of disappearing in the general fund and not being shown as a line item and being
Yeah.
spent on the things that it should be spent on that are being impacted by this work.
Correct. That's the financial infrastructure that we need to set up.
Because it sounds like we're gonna create a fee and hire a person, and that's what I was really concerned about. Okay,
I think I could make a recommendation if we're ready. It seems like there hasn't been,
please.
okay. It doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of opposition to what this, what's that?
So we have to ask these questions.
No, it was there, did you have anything else you had to ask?
No, I'm just saying, it's, yeah, I mean, we have to, go ahead.
So the recommendation, I think it would make sense if this is a discussion item. It doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of opposition to the program as it currently exists. I wouldn't mind asking the chief to take a look at those, the village law enforcement SOPs as identified in that letter. But as far as the program itself, I don't think it sounds like there's a whole lot of opposition to its continued use.
I'm fine with it as well. I mean, unless Brad, if there's anything else you need to say, look, here's the deal. I don't want this to be characterized as like the attorney's doing something negative here. It kind of felt like that for a second towards the police. He's hired to do a job too, and his job is to protect this municipality from exposure. So Brad, is there something, some kind of exposure that you're concerned about here?
First of all, I don't take any of this personally.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. I've been doing this for 30 some odd years. So and I've been working with law enforcement that my entire career. So I don't take this personally. I just, like I said, this was brought to my attention. I was asked to opine on it. I've opined on it. The manager and I had discussions, the police chief and I had discussions, numerous discussions, can't even count how many. And essentially the decision was made to just inform the commission. So you have my opinion, you have the FOP's opinion, you have the chief's opinion, the manager's opinion, and you all make a decision based on what you've heard as to how you direct the village to move forward. I have no dog in this fight whatsoever.
I'm totally fine with it. The one thing I would ask Chris is now this has kind of unearthed now I understand that there's an insurance policy I didn't know about, and it sounds like we're not completely clear on exactly who is wrapped up in that. Could you send me a copy of that, please? The insurance policy?
I can send you a copy. It might be better if you stop into the village hall because it is a pretty thick packet.
You don't have a PDF of it?
No, it's
I'll stop by and take a look at it.
Okay, so it's a discussion item. So the only thing I would say is it sounds like there's no real opposition to the program continuing. I think we've kind of covered everything. All I would say is if there is some consensus on, having the chief just take a look at those standard operating procedures, just so we can ensure that they're updated, then I think that would be the only action item going forward. Agree? Okay. Sound good? Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you very much.
All right.
You can't come
Thank you.
for your item and then leave for all the rest of it. I mean, really, folks, we have like 3 hours of meeting left. You're not going to stay?
It looks like they're all leaving you for your item.
Yeah, he's alone on that one. All right, so go ahead and move on. Good evening. Thank you. Go ahead and move on to our 13B, which is the indemnification issue. It's an updated item. Sorry, folks, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to 13B. Mr. Manager, would you please introduce this one for us?
Absolutely. Generally speaking, if a police officer who is part of the collective bargaining agreement is sued civilly, the village is required to provide legal representation. If a member of the command staff who is not represented by the collective bargaining agreement is sued, the village is not required but may provide legal representation. Village employees as well, for example, the clerk or public works or what have you, Parks and Rec, it's the same situation. If they were to be sued civilly, provided they're not doing something, I forget what the exact legal term is, malicious or what have you. Yeah, we're not required to provide representation, but we can. So all this is asking is to ask for you to instruct our attorney to create an ordinance that requires the village to provide that indemnification. Just as we currently do with the CBA and the officers, we should do that for all village employees. I'm a little different in that it's actually written into my contract, but the other village employees do not have that in theirs.
What do other municipalities do?
According to our attorney, other municipalities do have this ordinance. I think your words were it's not uncommon.
So there are other municipalities that do have it incorporated in an ordinance. I had actually told one from my former employer, City of Lauderdale, which I can certainly share. It's quite lengthy, but essentially what it does is it has an indemnification, and it basically says, in this case, the city of Fort Lauderdale will indemnify city officials and city employees with regards to the performance of their duties, subject to the limitations of the statute under 768-28, which is, there's certain, it's wanton and reckless, acting outside of the scope, malicious, intentional violation of a civil right. Those are not,
So currently, besides the chief, who else is not covered under that?
none of your city employees are.
None of them,
Department heads are city employees.
none of them.
Just me and the officers represented by the CBA.
And how would that affect us financially if we were to put this, to move forward with this?
It's my understanding there would be no financial effect. We have that liability policy. So if we are sued, it's my understanding that if it does go above and beyond and we're all of a sudden going through the appeals process and up to the Supreme Court, there may be additional charges because that's beyond the scope of what's covered. But generally speaking, there would be no financial impact.
Okay, so, but you're certain of that?
Yes.
Okay, so then for me, it's a no-brainer.
Brad, did you have something?
The question I would have, and I can draft an ordinance.
Mhm.
It's easy asked. The question I would have is to what amount? So are you, because there are municipalities that will cover any judgment, no matter what the judgment is. There are, with the understanding that if it's over the statutory cap under 768, Florida statute 768-28, there would need to be a claims bill in the legislature for that to be paid. Some jurisdictions limit their coverage to the statutory cap and not above,
Right.
and everything in between.
So what is our current limit with our insurance policy? Do we have one?
And that, I'm gonna have to defer to the manager on that. And the reason why I would say that is I've seen a draft of the policy.
Mhm.
And, and I know I provided a comment to the manager, but there was the agreement that was in the draft of the policy, because it's a communal policy, basically.
Yeah.
And, the statutory limits that were contained in the agreement were less than the statutory, they were the old statutory limits before they changed the statute.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that was correct. So I have to defer to you for whether.
How old is this policy?
Pardon?
Is it, you're saying that the policy we currently have does not abide by the statutory, the state statutory?
I would have to defer to the manager as to whether it does or does not.
Okay.
It does cover up to the current statutory limit. I'm going to double check. I did not read through. I relied on our advisor's
Where's the
information.
statutory limit?
It's presently, there's a bill in the legislature to raise it again, but it's presently, I believe it's 300,000.
So 300,000 is the cap. State.
Cap.
And what, and we don't know what we currently have
And just so,
as far as the
and
cap.
before you get to that, just so you, the understanding of how that works. If there could be a judgment above that cap,
Right.
and we're talking about state, in state
Mhm.
court, in federal court, there is no cap. But if there was a state judgment against an employee of the city,
Mhm.
if it was over $300,000.
Yep.
In order for the village to have to pay that amount, over the overage, so to speak, there would have to be a claims bill in the legislature approving the village to pay that amount.
So the state would have to approve anything over 300,000? Oh, so then we're in good shape.
They do it.
They
Every-
do it.
Every legislative session, you will see claims bills where it depends on what the circumstances are, but they do it, so. Okay.
I'm,
So your direction would be to do an ordinance, which I can do.
Well, I'd like to have,
Oh, we're not there yet.
no, I'd like to have everybody kind of get their.
Very well, I'm sorry.
okay, so I'm just a little confused. So I thought this was about, defending, providing legal counsel for someone when something went down. So you're saying this is for the damages? It's for both? Okay, because it says defense here and I wasn't thinking damages. Okay, so we have we have an insurance policy, Chris, is that what I'm understanding? We have an
Correct.
Insurance, and this is another separate insurance policy? Or is that part of our insurance policy that I just asked to see?
This is part of the overall liability insurance policy that the village carries.
Oh, it's in there. Okay.
Correct.
So adding more people, how is that going to impact the insurance, or the cost of our insurance? Because right now, only one person is covered in that section, right? You. The officers are all covered through their own collective bargaining agreement, but you're going to add now, Brad shaking his head no.
The officers, no, the officers are not covered through their own collective bargaining agreement. There is a provision in the police officers' collective bargaining agreement, which essentially, and I don't have it in front of me, but essentially what it says is that if it's in course and scope of their employment, not willful, not wanton, not malicious, so on, that the village will provide representation, and that the village will indemnify for any judgment that is received.
Okay, so it's part of their collective bargaining agreement that we have to provide that.
Yes,
It's not part, okay. So then, Chris, our policy covers you and the police, but not the chief and not any other employee.
Correct. And well, almost. The policy covers the village. The commission can choose to provide that coverage or extend that coverage on a case-by-case basis to other village employees, but it does not have to. So our current policy is based on the actuaries take a look at the size of the village and those sorts of things. It's not based on, we're going to add 3 more employees, so that's
Oh,
going to be
so
another
it's a list of,
$3,000.
I'll add the Parks and Rec manager and that ups the price.
Correct.
Oh, so you're saying that right now on a case by case basis, let's say that something happened with the chief, I'll say his name because he's standing here. We could choose to allow to cover him from the existing policy, or we could choose to allow him to be included in the policy
You could choose to cover him from the existing policy.
for one incident that happened.
Correct.
Oh, so then this would be asking us to cover everybody all the time for everything, so you don't have to come to us for permission, just kind of cover the village staff.
Covers everybody. And the reason that The reason that this is an ask is that currently the climate in Biscayne Park, I have no doubt that the commission would cover any village employee that was sued as a result of their normal course of duties. Future commissions, I can't speak to. So that's a protection I think we need to give our village employees.
So does it include the commission, by the way? We're not employees of the village. But we're paid. Would we be covered in that?
I don't have an answer to that question. I'll have to find out.
Brad, do you know?
Well, as far as the policy you're asking me?
Yeah,
I don't know what the policy said.
okay. So, Chris, in other words, there's not going to be any price increase on this policy as a result of this change if we approve it.
Correct.
You're certain of that?
Yes.
Okay, I know, I heard you ask it, but when he first said it, it didn't sound like he was concerned. That's why I was, okay. Okay, yeah, that's why I'm gonna reconfirm one more time.
Just the drafts of various different indemnification ordinances that I've seen
Yeah,
will include the elected officials as well. So it would be done by ordinance, and your liability for the most part is very limited.
so this is something you would draft and come back to us, and then that just kind of includes it all, and we all become part of everybody becomes part of that same policy.
Yeah, I will draft a proposed ordinance, present it to you on, just like any other ordinance, on first read. You'll review it. If you want to make changes to it, you will, and hopefully I'll memorialize those changes properly and bring it back for second. read.
And then the only thing that we need to reconfirm, Chris, is that we meet the statutory limit that we're required. We're gonna just reconfirm that detail.
Correct.
I imagine then.
I can't hear.
Saying that sorry,
what the
Commissioner,
chief
saying that they met the statutory limits, the caps, that the current policy met the current statutory limits, the caps and the coverage. So I think it makes sense that, I think that one of the questions you started with was, to what amount would we want to draft the ordinance? The coverage, and it sounds like it would be just in
Correct.
line with what we already have for the current two.
To the statutory cap.
I think that makes the most sense if that's what we're already doing.
Over and above would be that employee's responsibility. If there's an individual judgment against them.
That's what we currently do, correct?
I don't know what you currently.
No, not currently for employees. I'm sorry, currently for the individuals that are covered. For the officers and for the manager. So we're up to the caps. I know we're not entirely certain. I think we said we are.
Yes,
Let
that's
me look at
correct.
Let me look at the collective bargaining agreement, because I don't remember exactly what the level is.
I think it makes sense. It sounds like.
But
there's
it's what
plenty of
the
support.
attorney explained previously, that anything that's willful, gross negligence, that's out of the scope, the officer can be held liable personally. Okay, so the village will be taken out of the case in some cases,
Okay.
and the officer will be held liable person.
Right now, we're just talking, I think what we're talking about now is just the caps that would be included within the indemnification clause, because we already have caps right now. It sounds like they're up to the statutory limit, so I think what it makes sense for Brad to do now would be drafted as is being requested to meet the same caps that we're currently covering with the officers and with the manager.
I have the CBA right here.
Are this annual caps or are this per person? How's it work?
I think it's per
event.
issue or per occurrence.
Okay, so
Per
the
current.
language- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Commissioner.
No, I was just wondering if it is per person that we're covering. So I'm just finding it hard to believe that we would not pay one dime more for including 20 more employees. When, in the worst case scenario, you can have 5 cases come up in a year, up to 300 grand. I don't know.
Well, what if we were to do this, to have Brad put together the draft ordinance for us to review, and in the same time, get confirmation that there's going to be no increase in premiums.
Well, that would, that's for the
correct.
managers.
Right, yes,
Yep.
exactly.
So
Sorry. that was
is this policy with a mutual city policy, like through the Miami City League or whatever? Was that? Yeah, is this one of those policies, or is this a policy that, because the reason that I ask obviously is, through the league, I'm assuming that, that they get a better deal than if we were to get a policy on our own. So is this one of those?
Yeah, you would think that. We originally had FMIT for this coverage. We recently switched to Brown and Brown and saved about $100,000 a year. So we are purchasing our own policy and it's actually less expensive than the League of
Through the-
Cities.
I believe it's it's a self-insurance fund. That's
Yeah, so there's.
entered into,
To a certain point.
right, it's an agreement that's entered into by numerous municipalities where it's basically their premiums
Yeah.
are funding the bank. And Brown and Brown is administering it and they are they invest that money and they create a pool and it's a self-insurance fund.
So the way, listen, and the experience that I've had with insurance companies is typically the way they do policies is, initially maybe they won't charge anything, but there is a chance depending on the level of liability that they incur. Like Commissioner Amsler just said, say there's 3 cases, $300,000 in 1 year. You can count on the next year, your policy ain't gonna be the same amount. That I could promise you. So it may not have an initial impact, but could it, down the road have an impact? Yeah.
And I think those self-insurance funds are generally the way their premiums increase are based on what judgments they had to pay off.
Right, exactly.
They got to keep that fund level up.
Sure. So the more people you add, more risk of liability there is, obviously, right? So,
And the bigger pot of money. Yes.
but I still think it's the right thing to do, FYI.
And just going back to what we were talking about before, in reviewing the collective bargaining agreement, the limits are up to the statute. That's what I would make that consistent in the ordinance.
Say that again? I'm sorry, say that again?
Limits that the city will cover
Mhm.
liability, barring the exceptions that we've talked about, is up to the statutory.
Oh,
cap.
that's the way you're saying you'll write it.
Well, that's the way it is in the collective bargaining agreement. I will make the ordinance.
I see, to match that. Okay.
I mean, I think,
And remember, we're only talking about a small group of village employees that are currently not covered. So, a matter of fact, I've had this discussion with the manager. This can come about and it's not a directed incident with me or with Isa at the park or, any employees. It could be that he's on vacation and something happens at the park and he's named in the lawsuit as a director. Same thing with me. I could be out of town, so.
I think it,
How many employees would be subject to this increase in the coverage? How many
Sorry,
more?
didn't catch that.
If this ordinance is passed, it would cover all village employees. So I think I'd have to double check, but I think there are a total of 18 that are not currently covered.
Okay.
That this would then cover.
so what do we think about having Brad put together a draft ordinance for a review that's consistent with the current caps that we have? And we'll also have Chris confirm for us that we're not going to see any increases in premiums. So we can tackle those two. For now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
How do that sound? Sound like we like that idea? Okay. Excellent. So Brad will look forward to that and Chris will look forward to the input on the premiums.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so that takes care of 13B. Chief Commander,
Thank
thanks.
you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Just say-
all right, so that was the first 2 items we were going to address out of new business. So if we can jump back to our old business then and start with, so we have the 4 items on old business. We moved 13G to old business, the evaluation format discussion, along with the other items that Vice Mayor Kennedy had identified. So why don't we just go ahead and start with 13G, the evaluation format discussion.
What are we doing?
13G.
13G. So Vice Mayor, is it anything sure. We kind of jumped around a little bit.
Okay, so guys, at the last meeting, we discussed how we had a first discussion about how we'll handle Chris's evaluation in February. We looked at a couple of options for forms that we used. We agreed that we would all use the same form, and we agreed that there was a form that I had personally used for the former manager that you guys liked. And I said that I will go home and clean it up and make it look right and update it
Get this.
or current, yep. And bring it back to us for discussion so we could agree on it in a final form. And then also discuss the process and then for how the evaluation will work, when we'll have it, the process, and anything else that we want to discuss on the matter. So this is the follow-up to that. So you'll see attached to my item that I cleaned it up. And why don't we start there? So anybody have any questions, comments, thoughts, concerns about it? All I did was, except for the one section about initial priorities, the rest of it was just a cleanup that I told you guys I would do.
Yeah, I looked through it. It looks good. I like the format that we have. I think the only question I would have, I think we may have asked this, if there was anything that Chris wanted us to specifically consider or include. Did we talk about that?
Yes.
I might be misremembering. But if there's
No,
any
yeah.
other, I
Yes.
mean, the forum as it is, I like it.
So first thing is Vero, are you okay with the form?
I'm okay with the form, and to the mayor's point, one of the things I did bring up during the conversation was just to allow Chris in this case to come back to us and see if there is anything else that he would think it's necessary to be contemplated to, you know, be a good portrait of for his evaluation for the year. If there's any comments whatsoever on his side, as much as the format as it stands, Mac, thank you for cleaning it up, and on my end, it's fine.
Okay.
And I'm
Are you gonna send it in Word or something so we can?
Well, I'm assuming the clerk will take it from here once we approve I gave it to them, and Pamela, I gave it to you in a Word document. I think I gave it to you in a PDF, whatever. If you need it in something else, whatever you need it, I'll do it in. But one of the other things we need to discuss on there is on that form, there were initial priorities when we did this with Mario. There were initial priorities that I removed because they were directly related to Mario. And if we want to include that section, we need to determine what those initial priorities were that we would measure Chris against. That's the next topic, is that one section in there that I left blank.
Well, didn't
Do we
Chris,
have to have like priorities per se, or can we just move forward without the priorities? At the end of the day, it's a full.
We can do
generic-
whatever we want to, but I'm just saying those were in there, so I left them in there, deleted them all out, left it blank so we could have this conversation.
didn't Chris create a timeline?
He did, yeah.
So whatever that timeline is, that initially, I remember you created one, right?
Yeah, I originally created a 30, 60, 90-day plan for what I was going to hit. That plan went out the window on day 2.
Well,
But that gives you an idea of what I was looking for. So we can certainly include that.
I have three.
not if it went out the window day 2.
I have 3 lists to Chris's point. It was the initial one, and then he sent us an email saying, I think you literally said it went out the window. And then you gave us a new one on November 1st. I have it here in front of me. And you had 4 things there that you work on. They were not concrete time specific things. They were just sort of more like general priorities that I'm going to work on. And then after we had our strategic planning meeting, Chris did report back, okay, guys, these are the things that I left the meeting understanding that you want me to work on now. And those were the evaluation, the short-term rental ordinance, swale ordinance, noise ordinance, and short-term traffic solution. So that was his short list from that meeting that he said, that's what you asked me to work on. So we actually have 3 things. We can use elements of all of them, or not. To Vero's point, we don't have to include it at all. But it's in there because we did it with Mario, so I left it in so we could have this discussion, and we do have those 3 lists.
My request for this, whether or not you choose to include those in this evaluation, is up to you. My request is, please set those priorities for me moving forward. So if there are additional things you want to see me work on over the course of the next 6 months, a year, what have you, I would love to have those in writing.
Well, when we discuss the process, that's my last note on here is, I think at the end of the February evaluation, I think the last part of, in my opinion, I'm going to agree with Chris. The last part of that should be, we set his priorities through the end of September when we do his next evaluation, so we can measure him specifically against the things that we want him to do.
Yeah, I think I like that idea. I think that the initial one should be just what we have currently. And then, because, you know, he's been here now for a minute. So,
It's been here 5 months.
so we can set some priorities, now that, you know, we know
In February for September.
exactly. And not include the initial, you know, the initial stuff. So I'm good with just,
Removing that
Yeah.
section.
and then just putting our priorities for him, for
Vero, is that what I'm hearing you say as
Yes,
well? So to remove
100%.
the initial priorities and move forward without. Jonathan?
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea, and I think that we'll have the benefit of our
Okay.
weekend, get-togethers with Alan.
Okay.
That might help.
So then Pamela, I'll take the document and remove that section altogether and the initial priority section and send it back to you without, so we're not going to do it this time. Cool? Okay, excellent. That was easy.
Yeah, so
I can hear it.
she's gonna send it out in Word, our clerk, so that we can, work on it on our computers.
You.
So I'll get that to you as soon as possible, Pamela. I'll probably do it while I'm sitting here. Now, the next thing we need to talk about is when do you want to do this? Do you want to do it during the regular commission meeting or do you want to do it at a special meeting?
I think we talked about it potentially running long, so we don't know that we would be able to get it in on a regular
Yeah.
commission meeting. Unless maybe we were to start an hour early to avoid a second meeting.
I don't think that would be enough time either.
No.
No, I'd
Is
rather
it
just.
something
benefit of
that you
having
guys
that
are
one-
thinking?
Was
I'm
that,
sorry, I was gonna ask about that process specifically. Is it something that has to be discussed in a public meeting, or is it something that we can present, you know, within a certain timeline directly to the manager, and then we discuss the findings, or are we gonna go reading one by one and reading our comments? What's the process that you guys envision, or that
The
has happened?
process, the process can be whatever we want it to be. What we did in the past was, I think most commissioners sat with the manager directly and went over it with him. I think the previous manager was hearing some of them cold at the meeting live. I know I sat with the manager outside of the meeting before.
Yeah,
So he wasn't, so we had a separate meeting and then came to the commission meeting. But yes, the meetings are all public. Obviously, when we have a meeting, they're public. For setting those goals, that would have to be a group decision that we would have for the goals that we would put in front of him to complete through September. So,
okay, so I get that. I get that they're public. My question was more about, so I'm gonna do a one-on-one, and this is how I feel comfortable. This would be my
Yeah.
way to do it. I would do a one-on-one with Chris.
Mhm.
I would evaluate him. I will give him his feedback, and then we will discuss the results of this. Are we discussing not the results because we already done that, and we are just defining the next steps as to how we're going to evaluate it on the next round?
well, previously, the commissioners, if I recall, one of them is sitting here, we recapped. People kind of they didn't go through it line by line. I certainly didn't at a live meeting, but I kind of hit the high points, like, here are the areas that he did particularly well in, that I'm really happy in, and I want to make sure I give him a pat on the back here. Here are areas of my concern. I probably spent more time on that, and then kind of a general wrap up. But I don't think none of us went through those things line by line and presented.
Okay,
No.
I think it's wonderful. That would be
But
what
they're
I would
public
suggest.
documents, just so you're aware of, I'm sure you're aware of that, but they're
Of
public
course,
documents.
so anybody can see them at the end of the day. So that's why I don't think it's necessary to go out
No.
loud and read everything. It's about the highlights maybe that we want to touch base on, but it's a one-on-one prior to the February discussion.
Yep, and you can determine how much or how little of your evaluation you want to share at the meeting. Okay,
I agree with that.
question
I
as
think
far as
it's
timing goes, sorry, Commissioner. So our probationary period ends February 15. What's the timeline in which we
I think we have 30 days after that to complete it. Is that right, Brad? After his probationary period ends, we have 30 days to complete it. Is that how it works?
I think it's something
I-
like that.
I believe it's 30 days. I have the contract up here. I'm going to double check real quick.
I think it's in his contract.
Even if we wanted to do in the regular commission.
Within 30 days after the probationary period, the village commission shall evaluate the performance.
So it would have to be between February 15th and March 15th.
Correct.
And we have a commission meeting the beginning of March.
Which
So,
five?
yeah, so we could do it after that meeting. We could do it second half of the I don't think we're gonna get it done at the meeting. We always end up with so many things on the meeting agendas that we have to get done. We've got to stop having things slide over, you know?
And I would hate to put it on and then we spend more time than we think and then
Exactly.
can't get to anything on the
And
regular.
I don't think it's fair to him to like kind of rush through something, you know? So I'm fine with a special meeting. Just let me know when you want to do it. I unfortunately left my personal phone with my calendar at home. I know. And I'm just trying to, I have a trip in February. It's the beginning of February.
It would be before
I have what Monday is like the 18th, 19th, something around?
19th, Monday, the 19th.
Yeah, I'll be gone the 19th to the 21st or 22nd. That week's rough for me. Other than that, I'm pretty available.
What if,
2nd to the 5th, I'm gone, and let's say 19th to the 22nd.
what if we just do it the Tuesday after the regular commission meeting? We have a regular commission meeting, I think, February 6th. What if we just set it for the 13th?
The commission meeting in February is on the 6th, right?
I believe so.
So why don't we just decide then? We'll have an entire month and to decide.
Well, I need to get it on the
Good.
calendar because I'm planning travel.
Oh, that's, but you just said you don't know.
No, I do know. I know those 2 trips, and if I can get this on the calendar, I can, anything else that comes up, I'll plan around it.
Okay, so what are the dates that you're not here?
I'm gone the 2nd to the 6th. I get back the day of our commission meeting, and then I'm gone again the 19th to the 22nd
Of February?
of February.
Oh, okay.
The 13th is that
We're
following
talking about
Tuesday.
March. We're not even talking about February.
We're talking about the second half of February,
We're
the
talking
first
about,
half of March.
we're talking about February. It has to happen
No,
From
30 days.
February 15th to March 5th.
30 days after the end of it, so we can do it on the 13th, actually.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm good anytime. I'm gonna be here. Unless I'm not, but.
I am with
Uh,
on that one.
What about the 27th?
Of February?
It's a Tuesday.
There's nothing on the village calendar for the 27th.
We tentatively set it for that date. And if at our regular meeting on the 6th, something comes up, we can always move it then.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so special agenda Commissioner Amsler, is that all right?
Yes, that's good with me.
Okay, great. So let's just put it down tentatively to start at 6 o'clock on the 27th.
Yep.
Okay. And I'll get the form out. Okay. And then the process, I guess we decided everyone can basically do whatever they want to do outside of the meeting. They can handle the recap any way they want to during the meeting. But then we do need to set his priorities for the following 6 months, let's say through the end of the fiscal year, September 30th. So everyone needs to come to that meeting with their list of what they think we should prioritize for Chris. And then the evaluation. At the end of the evaluation, we discuss the priorities that we give him for the following 6 months.
We're gonna discuss them prior to that meeting, correct? Or
We're
already
gonna do
coming
it,
with our own priorities?
We're gonna be discussing that with Ellen, right?
Well,
Yeah,
if
if
you
I
want
can
to,
interrupt real quick, Commissioner Amsler, I think you have a point. We're gonna have a prioritized list of what the commission wants to accomplish after the workshop, so that might be what feeds into this rather
feed
than,
into it, but it won't just be a list that we can come in unless we do it this Friday and say, while we're here, let's determine what those things are.
I think we should, because if not, when are we gonna do it?
At the night of the evaluation, we come with our list of,
But then you're gonna come up with a list. I'm gonna come up with, this guy's gonna have like 30.
no, then we discuss our list and we put
Oh,
them together, yeah.
I'd rather just.
Do it now? Okay, it's fine. I'll do it this week.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I think it's regardless of what night we do it. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I'll do it this week.
I'd
That's fine.
certainly like,
if I may, just based on my past experience up in Wisconsin, the priorities for the manager should tie in exactly to the priorities in the strategic plan or whatever we want to call it moving forward. They should match. So if it's a top priority to get pickleball courts, that should be the manager's top priority as well.
yeah, I'd like the benefit of the sessions with Alex for us to get some of those
So
down.
we'll do that this week. So by the end of this week, we'll have Chris's priorities done that will carry him through September 30th.
Yeah, I think those sessions will guide that.
Okay. Then that's it.
Okay,
You're
excellent. So that's,
Just to double check, did we say 6 PM on the 27th?
yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that's 13G. So there were three other items that we added to old business. I'm just gonna list them in the order in which we talked about them. The first of which being that proclamation list for 2024. I know we had talked about it at the last meeting, Vice Mayor, so and if I remember correctly, the direction was that we just need to get this put together so we can make sure that these make all the agendas.
Exactly.
in advance.
That's all it was. It was a list that I had developed in 2020. We've been still working off that list, and I just said, I'll just bring the list here and you guys can decide what you want to do.
Yeah.
Because I know we've added a couple of things. There's some things that people thought were particularly important and we added them on, and so let's just clean it up.
We can do that in, Madam Clerk, we can look at that and also make sure that that gets on to that 15-minute conference prior to the start of the regular commission, and we'll make sure to get an agenda and get notice out for that so we can get those taken care of before the regular commission meetings start.
I want to get those proclamations on the village calendar as well, just as separate items. Or the months. Yeah.
Great. So
Is there anything on that item? On that one?
I was gonna ask,
carry all
so
of them over?
What's that?
just a quick question on the proclamation. So are
Oh,
we
sure, sorry.
the
Go ahead.
15 minutes earlier to be read? When is that starting?
That kind of pre-meeting conference.
Yes.
So what we had, when we talked about the meeting formats, what we planned on doing was having me show up a little early and take care of
Oh.
those proclamations about 15 minutes before the beginning of the regular commission agenda, so we don't have to address them during that meeting.
I know, I was wondering, when do we start doing those? When
That
do we
should
start?
have that should have begun for this meeting and we missed it. That's going to begin in February.
I thought that's why, it was read during the meeting, that's why I was asking. So starting next month, if there is a proclamation, Mayor, would you be the one starting 15 minutes earlier?
That's right.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, but do you guys want to take this list and just continue on with this list? No, you don't want to make any changes?
I
Anything you
think
wanna
I was
add,
gonna-
remove?
Sorry, I wanted, there is a couple of ones that I was thinking including. I'm not set on those yet. Is it something that I can include later, or do we have to define them for the year today?
Pamela's nodding her head.
No, I was gonna say that a request for a proclamation could come up
Anytime.
at any time, depending on a new holiday event, et cetera. So all you have to do is just send it to me to submit to put on the next agenda.
Perfect.
So why don't we
Great.
just why don't we start with that list as our list for 2024, and we can supplement. as
I had put something else on there that I'll just mention quickly and we don't have to do it. But we have all these, a lot of the proclamations are about specific groups of people. There's a Pride proclamation, there's National Hispanic Heritage Month, there's all kinds of things that kind of fall under the umbrella of diversity. And it's one of the things I really like about our villages. We're such a mixed bag of people and from different places. Do you want to keep all of them on there separately? Because they are tied to not federal holidays, but federally recognized days and weeks and months. You know, it's National Hispanic Heritage Month and it's a national thing. You want to keep them all on there, or it's just an idea I had of kind of lumping them together and having a diversity month where we kind of celebrate everybody all at one time and the diversity of the village. There is a national, it's on the memo. Oh, you guys didn't see the memo, did you? Oh, that's why you're not understanding what I'm talking about. You're looking at me blankly.
It's an additional proclamation for an additional month, we're saying?
Yeah, or to replace some of them. October is Diversity Month. I didn't know it existed until I went to Google it. I'm like, surprised there's not something. Well, sure enough, October is National Diversity Month, where communities celebrate all the unique things that, you know, that are different about everyone that bring everyone together. So it does exist. And I like the idea of having that. It could supplant some of these other things that we do all throughout the year, unless you want to keep them on there and do that as well. But I even thought, boy, and I've had this idea for a number of years, to have a diversity celebration in Biscayne Park where people come literally like fly their flags, you know, and the flag could be an ethnic group, a country of national origin, gender things, whatever. I'm sorry? No, not that flag. But it is a thing. So I thought I had invented this really cool thing and I read it, I Googled it and no, you're not that clever, Mac. It's already been done. So do you want to add that?
I like the idea of adding it. I mean, if I'm gonna be, if the conference before these regular, agendas begin, we're gonna be taking care of these anyway. So I like the idea of keeping the ones that we have, but also, I like the inclusion of that. So let's add it to that list. Let's put it on for October and, maybe we can.
And it's in the next fiscal year, and I thought it'd be a really neat thing. I didn't make it to the last arts meeting, but I'm gonna go ask them if it's something, just say, look, we're gonna be recognizing it because they'd be the people to throw the party, right? I just think it can make for a really cool party. I'm picturing the rec center field with, people with flags and food and whatever, and bring everyone together. Say again, Art? So at any rate,
I like the
okay,
idea
so
of adding
we'll,
it.
so at least we'll agree now to add diversity month,
Yeah.
October. Vero, you're cool with that?
Great, sounds like a good idea.
Okay. You sound rough. I feel
I'm
bad for
dying
you. You're dying. Okay, good, done.
Okay, great. So that takes care of the proclamation list items. So the last two that we had that we moved back on to old business was Tallahassee and the board item. So as far as the Tallahassee item, I know we talked about organizing the trip up that way, but I hadn't heard from David about a better time to go back up there.
I agree. I think I said it or we discussed it at some point last meeting. I can't remember exactly where we left it, but the idea of asking to join our workshop, to have the grant writer and maybe in this case, David, to see if there is anything that we can align in terms of what we would be supporting during these meetings. Is it something that could be done? We did it in the past when we did the workshop for the strategy, for the strategic plan, where we had Mario, we had Isa, we had, we had Paul in there. So kind of everybody that has an input as to what the priorities should be. Is it possible to include David and then we define it with him then?
I certainly agree with you that having the benefit of these sessions with Alex is going to identify the priorities that we'll be focusing on. Because I know one of the things that Vice Mayor you had mentioned was
What session?
the ones with Alex.
Alan, okay, I'm thinking.
I'm sorry, Alan.
Talk about Alex.
Alan.
But thinking
I got
had
Alex
something
and
to know about.
I got Alex in my head from earlier. So yeah, having the benefit of those sessions with Alan, because I know one of the things that you mentioned last meeting when we were talking about this was not everybody going up talking about different things, going up and focusing on the items that are important.
And they're
Short
going to come
list,
out of
things
the
that we
list
all
that
agree
we're
on.
going to,
What's that?
Sorry.
Again?
and I think they're going to come up on this list of priorities that we're going to be defining at the end of the day. So if we have a list of 3 things that are very key, very important for us to push, besides aligning them in terms of budget, it would be good to see what the feedback is in terms of grants around that. And it would be great to see if we could, get any push from David in Tallahassee to make this happen as well. So I don't know if it's possible, and I was wondering if you guys agree that we could ask to join both David in this case and our grant writer to help us out.
You mean this Thursday and Friday?
Yes, I know it's
Might
late
be
notice.
short notice to have them
Yeah.
come aboard. I mean, we could
Yeah.
certainly brief them on what is the result of those meetings, and I think that will help drive their actions. But
Yeah.
I don't even know if them being present would help align any priorities, because we would identify them and say to our lobbyists, our grant writers, these are the things that we're focusing on. We want you to work on them.
Yeah.
It would be
think there's
nice.
I think there is a missed opportunity of not having the grant writer tell us that there is existing federal, state, local grants that exist on areas that we might be defining budgets against.
Well, they may not know is what I'm wondering. Like if we say, I can't even think of something to make up. They would need to go then research that and see. I don't think they're going to know off the top of their head, oh, there's a pickleball grant out there for the asking and no one's claimed it yet. I think, and I understand where you're coming from. I don't disagree with the idea of having them there. I wonder if it might slow us down and constrict us a bit. And if we couldn't just, like Jonathan said, brief them after the fact. Here's the other thing I'm thinking in terms of Tallahassee. Some things that we work on would be asks for money, right? Like send the grant writer off to find money and talk to David Caserta about, who do we talk to get money? But then there are other things that are more legislative in nature. I'm going to give you an example of one, and this is a big concern of mine. And you've
Mhm.
heard me talk about it a bunch of times, and I would personally like this to be on the list of things that he goes and talks about. Short-term rentals.
Yeah.
So there is now a turnaround in that in the country and around the world where communities are now saying, okay, we embrace these things too much and they are ruling the roost, and it's changing our communities way more than we thought they would, not just quality of life things, but the number of rental properties that are available to people and the prices of them. New York City, for example, just did a massive restriction on short-term rentals, and so are places like London and other cities. I would love to have that I'm not suggesting we have the conversation now, but have that conversation. It may seem a bit David and Goliath, I know, but I would love to send that up with our lobbyists. Like, look, there are communities like Biscayne Park, this little village I represent down in Miami-Dade County, that are being negative. It's 100% residential. They have no commercial. Their streets aren't built for this kind of stuff. It's a little quiet village, and it's being negatively impacted by these things in these ways, especially if we can attack some measures to it. This is the amount of police activity they have tied specifically to them. This is the amount of code activity tied specifically to them. This is the amount of money that they're spending enforcing all these things, trying to deal with it, because places are dialing back and adding restrictions back in. The state could, if it chose, could allow local municipalities to make their own rules about
Yeah,
this.
but they can't allow this municipality to do this and this municipality to do that.
I don't know what they can.
Oh, no, I'm telling you, they,
I know they can't make a
They-
rule just for us, but
Right,
they could
exactly.
change things such that
for the
You know-
entire, they would have to change everything for the entire.
I don't know that to be true. I don't know, and I'm
Well,
not questioning you.
I'm pretty sure that that's the
Well,
case.
look, there are laws written in all kinds of clever ways, like if the community is all residential, then da, 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 da. They write laws like that. And there are laws written for municipalities that have done a good job at lobbying and getting people up there to write things in such a way that it benefits them. And in this case, I'd like to be one of those communities. So I'm not saying we should hash this out now. I'm just saying that's an example of something that's not going to come out of our strategic planning session that I would like to have included, because that's really a lobbyist job. Like, okay, we need to work on this. And I promise you, we're not the only community sharing those concerns right now, because people are living the horror, and it is happening elsewhere around the country. So, and we can use that momentum to try to get some traction. Might it be something that they would change this year for us? Doubt it, but at least we could get that ball rolling and get the message to the right people. I'm just saying that as an example of the kind of things that I would like to see sent to Tallahassee that are legislative in nature, not just money asks.
No,
And I agree, Amak, I agree with your point. I think at the end of the day is we have to represent what we stand for, no matter if the other cities don't. And, we might be a needle in a hay, is that how you say in English? But at the end of the day, it's what we feel, about how this affects the village. There is also the frame of what the League of Cities is already doing. They have already a pre-approve of laws that they want to support and things that kind of they stand together, which we fall part of. And I think it's important to have that discussion with that agenda at hand, so that when we have the chances, because as the Village of Biscayne Park, we're also part of the league who's already being represented and speaking, on the behalf as a bigger picture. But we have to kind of state out loud what we think about certain things, like the short-term rentals. Form 6 is another one that comes to mind. I think that there are several municipalities that have been affected by this, especially the small ones. So I think it's a good discussion to have.
Yeah, I agree. I think that at least for the purposes of getting up to Tallahassee and bringing these items
When is that little sweet window that they told us to aim for? To be there?
I just remember David saying, don't bother coming up during days because you're never gonna get any FaceTime.
Which are when?
I could tell you, give me 2 seconds, but.
Beginning of
Right.
February, I believe.
beginning of
Yeah, I was
February?
gonna say
Okay.
we're like late to,
Um,
because
so-
by this, I remember by January of last year saying that we were already late. So it's one of those things that we might just have a quick input on, kind of listen and where he stands and what he's already has in the agenda. That was one of the things I kind of was wondering, what if we didn't get together and discuss this, what sort of priorities he presenting right now?
Working on.
What is he working on?
Might be a good time to have him come back for one of our meetings here so we can just have a general discussion with him. So maybe we can do that. Maybe, I'd be happy to reach out to him after our meetings with Alan. And let him know what we're working on. But in the meantime, maybe we can invite him to come back for February.
His presentation to us last year, if I'm not mistaken, was in December. And so it would be good to hear, what he would be representing us. What
That
what
needs to
he
be an annual event for us,
Yeah.
getting together with him, and you're right, Vero, it's, what's he working on? We don't even know. Is it just all the stuff from last year still? Is he following League of Cities kind of guidelines, their list? Why don't you see if you can get him here for the February meeting?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I'd like to.
Okay.
Okay, so
And he might report back, guys, I know there are other municipalities that have the same concerns as an example, again, the short-term rental thing.
Mhm.
So you're not the first ones to think of it. There are other people too.
well, it creates good municipal support, like joint efforts with other municipalities. So I'd be happy to do that after our meetings wrap on Thursday and Friday, get back in touch with David. Let him know that we've had those and ask him if he'd be willing to come back to us in February.
And by then we'll be done with our strategic planning, so we can kind of take that list.
Yeah.
Add to it whatever we want to, that's more legislative in nature.
Okay. Great.
Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
I have a copy of the legislative priorities from the League of Cities for this year.
Okay,
Mail it to you all if you
That
like.
would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
perfect.
It's actually sitting on the website. I was part of their pre-legislative session that they did. They have a very quick summary on what they're in and what they're out. It's a link, it's a video, it's easy to watch. And that's why I'm saying we can start with that. We know what they're doing. I just don't know additional what David would be presenting.
We lost our video feed up here.
Oh, you lost me.
Okay. Excellent. All right, so let's move on to our last item, which is on our old business, and that's the board item. So Vice Mayor, I know that this was more of a general discussion about how the boards are operating and how we can be helpful to them. But was there anything more specific?
Yeah, that's basically it. So we have these boards and we're very lucky. I mean, we should be thanking them at every opportunity. We're very lucky to have them. The two quasi judicial boards actually save us money. They do actual hard work for us that we would have to pay for otherwise. And the other boards, contribute to the quality of life and in harder ways as well, soft and hard ways. But they, to be clear, they don't report to us, but they serve at the pleasure of the commission. So they don't serve for the administration, they serve for us. We create boards, we fill boards. We filled a slot this evening, and they serve at our pleasure, and we can have input on what they do. So they're out there working on their own and trying their best and are doing some really nice things. I think they could do better and they could do more if we help them a little bit, and we could possibly align them with what we're working on and what our core values are here and the kind of things we want. I feel like some of them are, the word floundering is a little hard maybe, but they're struggling a little bit with, because they don't know what they should be doing. And I go to their meetings and some of the meetings aren't happening because, again, they're kind of like a little lost. And I think they need some guidance. So I'd like to have a discussion about how we could possibly help them. Now, Chris had brought this to us. He didn't bring it to us. I'm sorry. He sent us an email. It was a couple of months ago. About he wanted us to give him authority to have a more direct role, short term, not take over the boards, but kind of see what's going on, wrangle them, report back to us. And then recently he sent us another email saying he's doing some administrative changes with the boards. So I want to have a discussion with you guys about where you think we stand with the boards. Are they doing well enough? And what can we do to do better for them? It's not about, telling them what to do nearly as much as it is, what can we do to help them understand what it is we want them to do, to help organize them. Chris has already, we have some, administrative challenges with them as well. The meetings aren't going on the calendar. The agendas aren't getting posted. So Chris is addressing some of those things already. They're not getting their minutes, they're not getting their agendas in to get put on the calendar. They're not getting meeting minutes. We normally, back in the, even just like a year ago, every meeting, we'd have meeting minutes from all of these boards that we'd be approving. Right? That's not even happening anymore. I think there was one tonight from the arts board. Yeah, but those things are not happening, and that's a required job that we have with the board as well. And it is our opportunity to read it. Those meeting minutes are the official record of what they're doing, and we're not getting them. And we're not approving them. So, that's the topic I want to put out there, and I want to know what you guys think. I have a specific idea that you read, so I'll just say it. You guys did get this item, didn't you?
Yeah, that was the one that was.
Okay, because there are items that aren't making it to you guys, so
May I interrupt for just 1 second, Commissioner? I just want to clarify, I am not taking a role in advising the boards
I know.
or directing them. My role is purely on the administrative side,
Administrative.
agendas, scheduling, contact information.
That's what I just said. So,
Just a moment,
What-
Max. I don't have that in the agenda. So that item to me, if I
well,
go.
it was on the December 5th agenda. It's one of the things that did not get carried over properly to tonight's agenda. But if you go back to December 5th, it was on there and we didn't get to it.
I know that we discussed it, then I just didn't see it online in the agenda posted, so I'm open in the December one.
Okay, we'll give you a second. So I'll just say this while you're doing that, Vero. I have a specific idea that I think would be an interesting thing for us to talk about. And that is each of us pick a board. And we won't advise them, or certainly we can't tell them what to do, but we could, for a certain period of months, we commit, if I'm Parks and Parkways, we commit to going to all of their meetings, attending, gathering information, hearing them out, what they need, what are they struggling with, what are they understanding what they're supposed to do, what are they not understanding, making clear to them what our priorities are, things we're working on, and how what their work would dovetail into it. And everyone come back to a set meeting in the future. Let's say it was the March meeting. It wouldn't be that quickly, I don't think. And we basically, each of us reports back on the board that we're assigned to, and here's the status of the board, and here's how we can help this board with recommendations on what we can do. I think they need some guidance. And we can do that. I know other municipalities do, where they actually do have someone assigned to boards. They aren't a member of the board, certainly. They don't vote on things. They're just assigned as a liaison between the commission and the board. Pamela told me El Portal does this. I don't know if they currently do it, but when she worked there, they did, right? So they're basically a liaison between the commission and the board. So I'm just bringing this because I'm observing some of the struggle and the frustrations that I hear from them and I see in their face. And I think we need to help them to do better work, and they shouldn't be frustrated trying to volunteer for the village.
Well, sounds wonderful. I think that, first of all, not all boards are struggling.
No,
Okay, so you're
Some.
talking about maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe.
we only have how many?
Yeah, 6, 5, 6. So I think 5. Okay, so I think maybe 2 are floundering or.
Sorry, Art, I can't hear you.
So maybe 2 are kind of struggling a little.
Quasi judicial boards are in pretty good shape.
Right,
Yep.
exactly. So So I guess the first thing for me would be, well, let's identify which ones are kind of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not the two quasi judicial.
Exactly, right, exactly. So which ones do you feel that I mean, the
That could-
foundation, or do you
Foundation,
having?
Arch is doing a really nice job. None of them are doing anything badly.
No, but I think you're, go ahead.
I thought Brad wanted to say, I thought he was leaning into his,
Did, I mean, the foundation,
they're a separate thing.
they're their own entity.
Yeah.
So that's a different animal. And you gotta be, if you are going to act as some kind of liaison to any quasi judicial board, you need to be very, very careful. So, I mean, I would suggest shying away from the quasi judicial.
Well, they're not quasi judicial. There's a four.
No, I'm not talking about foundation. I'm
Yeah.
talking about two different separate
Yeah,
things.
okay.
The foundation is its own
Yeah.
legal entity.
That's what I'm saying. The two quasi judicial, not them, the other ones.
And I think the foundation, though, you will have, and I have to look at the way they're set up, but I'm not sure you can quote unquote force yourselves upon them.
Well, no, I think,
I'm not talking about forcing ourselves on anybody. I'm talking about hearing them out and hearing what they need to function better.
I think the solution to
Back and
that,
Trying to figure out what it is that we want to do for them.
I think the solution to not just that concern, but to the boards that we're looking at that could potentially use some help would just be to just ask them. Do you think you would benefit from our assistance? So foundation, for example, I know they're a little.
Who's going to do that?
Well,
I go to their meetings. I don't know if you guys are going to, I don't go to every meeting every month, but I go to meetings as often as I can, and I'm at a couple of meetings a month, let's say.
well, so, but as far as the foundation, just very quickly, you're right. We're not saying we're here to control this. We're just simply offering assistance. Look, if we want to pick some of these boards and we're not going with quasi judicial ones, I'll pick one. I'll reach out. I'll say, hey, would you benefit from our help? Is there something that we can do to be of assistance? And we're not directing, but we're just
Mhm.
offering a hand. I'm happy to do that. I think.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
I just think we should, and if they say we're fine, we got this. Look, we can also decide that, okay, well, you may think you got it, but we're not completely, happy with what's coming out of it, or the quantity or the quality or whatever, but, we can decide that too. But, I think we should do this, and I think we should have a better, closer relationship with these, and they would like to see all of us at their meetings. They're so happy when they see a commissioner at one of their meetings. My goodness, they welcome me, they ask me if I want to put anything on the agenda. Great,
So do we want to just pick a board? I mean,
Can
if it's
I,
on the foundation, I'd be happy to reach out to the foundation and say, is there something we can help with?
I was thinking the foundation kind of made sense for you.
Yeah.
can I step in with my thoughts on this? I had discussions with the board, and I assisted to their meetings, and in a couple cases I asked the question of, if there's anything at all that it can be done through me, at least in the sense of, is there any clarification of objectives that could be done, kind of bring it up as an item in the discussion. But then on the one-on-ones that I had with different board members of different of the boards, it was never a request of guidance. It seemed to be specific to the Parks and Parkways and the Resiliency Board. One is that they don't have members. And the second is that there is a lack of understanding of processes. Because of the new administration coming in, Chris, Pamela, which will lead in before with Mario and Shantae, there was a way of the way of working that was very easy and very straightforward. And like anything, unless you have a standard operating procedure, which I always go over, this kind of fall through whenever someone new steps in. I went to meetings that were locked in. We couldn't get in to get into the log cabin for them to have the meeting. Happened to be a couple of times when I was there. I was in one of the meetings where there was only one person sitting on the board, and they had no idea that the other boards were missing, if they were coming or not, but the meeting was held. There was actually there were public agencies in the meeting, which I had the chance to interact with, and it was great, but in a certain way, we were misrepresented in this case, and it felt like an issue, and it clearly was. So I think the ask that I've heard from different individuals of the boards is more related to processes, one, and for that I understand and I agree to what Chris is asking in terms of administration. So I think there is it has to be a clear explanation as to what the roles and responsibilities are of the clerk and of the manager with the boards. So who collects the agendas, who collects the meetings, what times and deadlines are, just as we discussed that we have our 3 days prior, and we had in the charter when this needs to be submitted, it is good to have someone in charge to collect in this and making sure that there is quorum for the agenda, for the meetings. And if there isn't quorum, who connects with this individuals to let them know? Because of sunshine laws, and that is a question I have in terms of training as well, they don't connect to each other because you don't know if you're doing the right thing by calling and picking up the phone. You don't want to do something that might be against any of the sunshine and get in trouble. So they show up and hopefully the other person show up. So there is a gap of information and training that is basic, and it has to do with administration. That's one. The other one, in terms of direction, it's on us. And I don't think it's more on asking them how we can help, is more how we need them boards to function. The boards, at least to me, have all independently in these conversations, as in the meetings that I've assisted, kind of very clearly stated that they know exactly what they need to do, except for these 2 boards that I'm saying, which were empty, honestly. It's more about what do we expect, and then how do we follow through? So we have we actually have a couple times in the year there could be an opportunity to do that. As I see it, as budget season is key. So during the budget season, I remember this happened prior for me joining the commission. There was a discussion with, I believe it was Alex at the time at the Resiliency Board, about certain projects that included solar and some research that they'd done and how much money was needed. So those are planning stages. Budget season is a planning stage. And then it comes the administration, kind of the implementation part, where Chris will grab that and, okay, so lay it down. Did you get an approval from the board? Is this what we're doing in this board? Okay, what are the timelines? How's that looking? And then a midpoint check 6 months within the year to see where we are at, if there is guidance needed. But I don't feel we need to kind of shadow this from a commission to the board. I'm 100% in understanding clear that they feel ready to do this with us. It's more, they don't know when to step in and when it's the right time to do so. And then there is silent from the commission to them, right? Because we don't give them an assigned direction as to this is what we would like to see, or come to us with the ideas. What would you like to see during budget season? This is the time we will, kind of vote for a yes or a no. We assign budgets, and then it's on you to make it happen with the help of the administration part of the village. So I read through the idea, Mag. I think I'm 100% on board that there is a direction needed, and I think the stage on that on my end is during budget season. I think it's key, the administration now, it should already happen since the beginning, but there is a gap that needs to be filled as tomorrow in terms of numbers for each one of the boards currently present, times a training, a proper training, make it a public meeting, and have a training with them in terms of what needs to happen in order for a successful meeting to occur. How many need to be in the dais, when this notification of an absence need to happen, by what time agendas need to be collected. All of this is, they didn't know. A lot of the conversation, they're like, oh, well, I didn't know this. Or, oh yes, we have a great idea. We're going to put new benches and replace the other ones. Did it happen? Did it not happen? Who does it fall under? Who's the responsible to making sure that it does? So what's their role? At the end of the day, they're advisory, so they're not the ones in charge of making it happen. But I would say, and I think we can all agree, that if you're donating your time and your ability to make space for engaging with your community in this way, you want to see through the ideas that you have. So there is we have to retrofit this. Okay, so how often do we give the boards an update of things that had happened? And I think that's where it connects again with the administration. So training and communication were two of the main things that came up to me. And in terms of lead, that was the third. It comes through us at the beginning of budget season and maybe a check-in in the middle of the year. They never requested that we kind of go and, you know, I went to the meetings and I asked directly, what is it needed? Is it, are you clear? No, I don't know who does this. I'm waiting. I didn't call the other person because I didn't know if I could. So you can understand just as I felt, because I felt at the beginning with Sunshine Law, I didn't know, I had to ask the attorney several questions so that I am clear about what, the lines are. It is a tricky thing to maneuver. So a lot of people just step back. So I think there is a training that needs to happen. To the attorney, I have a question on that. They all fall under Sunshine Law. Is that correct?
Yes.
With each
So-
other, but not between boards.
What's that?
Correct.
With
Do
each other,
they-
not between
No,
boards.
not between boards,
Correct.
not between commissioners, but the board itself falls under Sunshine.
And so do they get the training of what Sunshine is? Are they state required to get the training?
Madam Clerk is saying yes.
Have they done it?
No, what, it depends on the board, the quasi judicial boards, definitely. The others I'll have to take a look at to see, but there is board training available to them that I can arrange for it to happen.
So that
So-
was going to be my point, Pamela. So thank you for that. So the quasi judicial clear, and they do follow, and they go through to they get the certificate that they did their other training. When it comes to the others, they're non-quasi judicial, they need the same training as well, in a way. I'm sorry, did I miss something?
No, I'm sorry.
No,
Oh, okay. No, so they're, which happens to be Parks and Parkways and the Resiliency Board. There is a lot of the flows in the air that they aren't clear, and they have all this energy and all this wish to collaborate. They're just waiting until, okay, so tell us how to interact.
Well, I
So-
think, Vero, you and I are saying the same thing, maybe in slightly different ways, but yes, they need direction from us. And what I'm saying is a softer approach to that is the first thing we need to do is, I think, figure out sort of the status of these boards and have someone go report so we can report back. We can't all go there and hang out and have a conversation with them together, but we could send one person to board, meet with them.
I
once
went
or
and
twice.
did that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I just went ahead and asked as part of the commission, just asking, how the meeting is, and I just showed up, and it happened to be there was
Well, I
one.
do that too. And I've shown up at meetings like you, and I sat on the bench outside trying to get a cop to open the door and let us in. And,
So, and that's what I'm saying. It was not
a lot of this is administrative, just, you and I we can keep saying the same thing, but we're agreeing. There's a huge administrative function. Chris, it sounds like he's all over that. He sent us that email. It sounds like he's on it. He and I guess Pamela together, I don't know, but, they're on all of that, because all of those things, when I was on a board, they all happened like click, 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 click. It happened all the time. But beyond that, they should be working in the direction we want them to work. And I think the first step is to go there and report back in an official way so we can have a conversation. Two of them aren't functioning at all. So to say that they're doing okay, two of them aren't even meeting.
I agree with you.
So 2 out of 5 are not meeting. So right there is what? There's 40%, nothing, complete failure. They're not meeting. And when I go there, they tell me, Mac, we don't know what we're supposed to do. Can you help me? And I'm like, I can't come here and tell you what to do. I'm a commissioner. I'm here to observe. If you have questions for me, I can try to answer them for you, but I can't come here and tell you what to do. They need that direction. It needs to come from us. And first we need to know where they stand. That's all I'm saying is I think first we need to report back so we can help them do what we want them to do.
And I'm using this opportunity to tell you that is what I can report back that I heard. I don't know that you need additional meetings of us going over there. I'm telling you, and it's at the bottom line is exactly what you're saying is direction. So administrative support, and training. Those are the two things. And in terms of direction during budget season, to tell them exactly what we need and do a checkup after 6 months. That's what I'm proposing based on what I kind of had the chance to see.
I think we need more interaction with them than once a year, a budget season, tell them what to do and then report and then check in halfway through the year. At that point, you've lost half the year. Nothing's been done if nothing's getting done.
The two
But
that are,
they're
that
not
are
the
not
one-
meeting,
They're not the one implementing though. They're the one advising. So that's the main difference. We're not going to ask them to see what has been done because they're not the one executing it. So in essence, it's if there was an idea that let's just talk about, I don't know, the solar opportunity at the rec center. If that was an idea and we agreed and put a budget behind it, then it turned into an implementation. It should come from the administration and should be an agenda item that we talked about. What are the next steps if something needs approval from our end, and at that stage it moves into an implementation. So it's more on the things that we need guidance on, that they don't have the power to execute for us to be checking in how they do in every month.
Of course they do. So parks and parkways, if we tell them we're installing 6 entrance signs and we need you to design the landscaping and we need it done by a certain date, we tell them we need that and they get it done for us.
They decide.
That's a perfect example. And the medians that we want to put native plants in, we ask them to advise us on what plants and how many, and they put together a
They
design for us
advise
and turn it in.
But they don't do it. Our Public Works.
Well, I know
does it.
they don't plant the plants, but they do the design. That's
That's
what
what-
their role is. That's what I'm saying. Their role is not to dig holes. Their role is to design it.
So for that reason, you're not going to go every month and say, how is it going? Are the plants already planted? Because they're going to be like, that's what's happening now.
No, you wouldn't
don't
ask if the plants are planted. You ask them if the design is done and the plants have been selected.
Correct. So that is a direction that would happen at the beginning of the year when we provide the money and we say we need A, B, and C to happen. And on any other time when it is required, I'm not saying it specifically it needs to happen twice a month. I'm suggesting we do checkpoints at the beginning because we would direct them in the middle of the year to make sure that within the budget that we have, we're within plan. But the execution and the questions of is it getting done will go to the manager, and part of the manager reports should notify that.
They report to us. They should be submitting meeting minutes, and that's where we see what they're getting done as well.
Correct.
Can I ask a
Also,
question? Commissioner Amsler, I want to better understand what kind of proposals we're looking at. And please correct me if I'm mischaracterizing what you're saying, but it sounds like what you're proposing to help the boards is to clean up administration, which it sounds like our manager and clerk are working on, and to provide better direction, which in your mind looks like a check-in during budget and a check-in about halfway after that to see how progress is. Does that sound about right?
and let me add, you're missing the training portion of it, the data.
The training, yes. And I know the clerk had
So-
mentioned, sorry.
All admin. That's
Correct.
their. it sounds
Right.
like they're on-
So, and it sounds like the clerk had mentioned that there's some training available, which we can make available to the boards, which would be helpful. And that's good for functional purposes. And
And that is
Vice
an
Mayor-
effort.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, and just to your question, if those are the points, yes, those are the 3 points that I'm highlighting.
Okay,
The,
perfect. And
the check-ins that again, every 6 months, once in the budget and once in the middle is at the budget level. Is there more money required? Did we find out that we actually have another idea that came, they want to present to us, whatever it might be. At any time, any of the board members can come, as they do, to any of the commission meetings and ask questions. They have shown enough of engagement to do that. So I think Mac and I are saying the same. I'm not agreeing with the format of it. I don't think we need to send us to the meetings to discuss it. I can clearly tell you I don't need it because I'm clear where they stand and what the feedback was regarding these 3 things. But yes, they do need direction from us, and that needs to come part on the administration side and part from direction from the commission at budget season.
I understand. I'm just
And
trying
now at that, yes, but what I'm saying is not just at budget season, on a more regular basis. And Veronica, you may be going to the meetings and you may feel like you have a handle on it, but you're not the only commissioner.
Oh, no, I know. I'm
Yeah,
just giving.
so I don't think we all have the same handle on it. So.
No, and
Yeah,
that's.
I was gonna ask
But
the
you presented
boards
an
that are-
idea, and that's why I'm just giving you the feedback. On your idea, the format is only what I don't agree. That's
Right.
all I'm saying.
Commissioner
So
Gonzalez, what were you gonna say about the two boards?
boards that are currently not meeting, are they not, they have?
Are they
members?
staffed?
Yeah, do they have adequate membership or do they not have, do you know?
no,
No,
I don't.
Chris, do you know?
As far as I know, they have adequate membership. The question becomes, the time commitment, are they able to make the meetings?
Okay, so we're talking about resiliency and we're talking about Parks and Parkway, right? Those are the two boards that really that were. Both
And
of those,
I don't think you have in resiliency the amount of members that you need for.
I don't think resiliency has the amount of members that they need.
It does not.
Okay,
so I guess another question is, that we're gonna have to ask ourselves is, do we need this board? Is this something that we can continue, we should continue to support? What are they bringing to the table? I don't know. So the Parks and Parkway, I think that's an important board. I think that, maybe we should talk to whoever is in charge of that board. Who's in charge of that Parks and Parkway board?
So it's Juan.
He says Juan. Who's Juan?
Di Polo.
Okay, well, whomever it is.
right, yeah, point being is, look, to your point, Commissioner, you're right.
But let me just say one.
Yeah, sure.
Real quick. So when we discussed creating the resiliency board, we had somebody in that board that was very, very animated and very.
Yes,
Who's no longer.
Was no longer part of the board.
and we have someone who's really very highly skilled in that area, who's the chair now.
Right, but apparently there's no members or
No,
hardly no
they're
members?
not showing, they don't know what they're supposed to be working on for us.
Okay, so that's not what that's what you're saying, but that's not what other people are saying, that they're saying that there's no members. Or there's maybe one or two members. So I don't know.
They have members.
Okay, so I guess and the question that I asked them is, that resiliency board, is that something that we want to continue to support? That may be not something that we don't want to continue to support. I don't, honestly, since that board was created, I don't know what they brought. I haven't
They
seen.
got us the grant.
Okay, yeah, and that was the guy that we initially.
Well, it was the board, they did it.
Hey, right, no, I understand.
So, I mean, look, every group's gonna have someone who's like super highly engaged. When it was,
Understand, Mac, what has that board done?
I don't know, nothing.
So I think to
Can I-
Vice Mayor's
can
point
I
too,
help
is
with
that
that?
those reports that they're supposed to, that are usually on our commission agendas, update us on what they are doing and working on. So that's an administrative function that we would like to get back, so
Exactly.
we can get touch points. And
That's telling them what we'd like them to work on.
right, so I think, again, you are both saying the same thing, and I think there's just different ways of executing. That's why I want to better understand what Commissioner Amsler is proposing versus what you're proposing, Vice Mayor. So, but it sounds to me, I think that a combination of the two is probably best. Commissioner Amsler, I understand that you've been there and you've seen it, you talked to them. I'd like an opportunity to talk to them too, not to say that, you're misrepresenting what they're saying. But I don't want to delay this. Certainly, I don't want to sit on this for 6 months and say, okay, let's just talk back to them at budget time. But to the point that we have here is we've got two non-functioning boards, and I think they require some more immediate attention. We've got some administrative function that we know that that our group is working on, and that's helpful. But I think it's some touch points with them directly would be helpful too.
So why don't we do this?
I would like to
Can I
add,
make a suggestion?
Yeah, please.
To wrap this up, Chris is working on a lot of the fixes for the admin stuff that'll help the boards function better. Getting them on the calendar, getting agendas posted, getting minutes,
Right.
Let's let him get to work on that. That'll help them, open their doors and get to business. And why don't we say, let's talk about this again in March? And that gives all of us an opportunity, if we choose to go to a couple of meetings of these boards and discuss with them. And then we can have another discussion and sort of see where we stand with them.
If they're not meeting, what are we gonna go?
I'll call them and say, call the meeting. The chair can, they're not even on a calendar.
They don't have quorum in Parks and Parkways.
That was my first thought, is not necessarily having to go, but just sending an email, sending a phone call.
Oh, and
Making a
go.
Phone call, just saying,
Just
hey,
talk to her.
right,
Yeah.
exactly, that's what I'm saying, just talk, just check.
They can make quorum at Parks and Parkways. They don't.
And I'd also like to see, I know, Madam Clerk, you mentioned some training, opportunities that could be provided to them to help.
Yes, the manager and I have had extensive conversations about this.
Okay.
We're gonna do some board training. We're gonna put some SOPs in place because that's why some things fell through the cracks, because we coming in, had no idea of certain things that they needed done to be done. You know, we found out after the hollering and screaming stuff there. But, yeah, we're trying to do it from top to bottom, bottom to top, you know, just go through and see where we can assist and where we can, implement some assistance administratively.
Okay, great. So to your point, Vice Mayor, I don't know if I want to wait all the way till March. I maybe recommend we put it back on just for a check-in in February to see what we have for admin solutions to provide some assistance. And if there's any update at that time, we can provide it. Commissioner Amzer, I think the idea of doing it through budget and checking in on the progress through what we've established through request in budget is a good one too. I'd just like to see some immediate outreach too, if we can.
So that's the thing, and I think what Max said, any of you guys can pick up the phone and call them directly.
Right.
And just ask that, right? At any time that could happen, they can give you their feedback. I'm not saying we need to wait
I'm sorry, go ahead.
until, I'm not saying we need to wait until budget season to resolve this.
No.
And as at any time this can happen. Right now, if you were to go to a meeting of Parks and Parkways, you won't find, or resiliency, there was one person sitting in the last meeting. And I don't think there has been any meeting since. So that's what I'm saying. So it's easier for you to call them, yes. One thing I was going to add related to what Commissioner Gonzalez said, that's another question. So what do we expect for them? It's part of the training. It's what are they there for? There is a small paragraph on the website that defines what the role is of these boards. So let's have a conversation about that as well. What do we expect and what falls on the Parks and Parkways? That's part of the training. It was actually a question mark and a lot of kind of, how do you say, stepping on each other's toes when I thought
Exactly.
about resiliency, and I thought of Parks and Parkways and the foundation even at certain times. So there is an opportunity for us to think about, is there maybe an opportunity to merge these boards and there is a bigger engagement on 4 individuals that have ideas that are connected?
Or do we need to better define what these things are? Because I know the foundation and arts, there's been some, working at cross purposes and duplicating efforts on things. And it became a little like, there's some animosity there that I didn't like to see either. So I think maybe some of that is they need to be defined better. And the guys, look, I was trying to do this in a very soft way. It was just saying, why don't we go find out and report back so we can have a bigger conversation? And I'll just tell you right now, I think there's an issue between foundation and arts and their roles kind of overlap. And I think that could be clarified better so they can each stay in their lane and be happy in their lanes and get more stuff for us. I think the arts board needs more members because they have these events and there are 5 people and they are working like crazy to pull off events that are like really significant that they pull off, and we can put more members on that, but that requires we have to vote on it. It's an ordinance and all of that. We could change that board to have more members. So, I mean, right now I'd say, let's increase that membership by 3 more people. I asked them flat out and they're like, yes, please, if we could get more people, that would be great, because some people will be more likely to help out with certain events, or some when the kids are in school, they have more time than they have in the summer. So that's a specific thing that I didn't want to come here tonight and just say, I think we should do this and this and this and this and this with the boards. I was trying to get you all pulled into the conversation and engage with them and then report back and have that conversation then. But that's what I'm talking about, is help them understand what it is they're supposed to do, define things better, talk about things like this board needs more members to Vero's point, maybe these two could be merged together. That's what I'm talking about, but I don't want to have that conversation tonight.
No, so I think that that makes sense to address when we place this on the next one, when we roll kind of.
I think we need a little more time so we can all, if we want to, go to some meetings and but let's see what Chris says in February, what he reports back about the admin functions and how that's coming along. But we need to also kind of get the boards, some of these boards zhuzhed up because they can't administer a board that's not meeting. There's
So
nothing
that-
to administer, you know?
That was going to be my question to Chris. So are you in touch with the board members as to, or Pamela? Are you guys aware of where they stand in terms of meetings? And is there a pause right now? When was the last meeting that was reported for each one?
That's what we're working on currently. There's some confusion over when and how minutes should be taken and submitted to us. There's been no clear expectations set. So the clerk and I are actually working on what that timeline looks like, what the expectations are. As she had mentioned previously, neither of us coming into this had the
Yeah.
benefit of understanding what exactly the previous administration was doing for the board. So we're kind of learning as we go. But I'm relying heavily on the board members themselves, especially the chairs, to help guide us through this process.
In the meantime, the reason I was asking is they need some sort of pick up the phone and say, hey guys, I know there has been this happening and a lot of question marks as to what's going on with the process, people not showing up, not knowing where you fall and what your role is. Someone needs to connect with them and say, we're in the process of discussing this. We'll come back to you by February, such dates or something.
And if we had a liaison with these boards, they'd have someone, they'd have a voice here on the commission for them to help them get that stuff done.
To answer your question, that's what the clerk and I are currently doing.
Awesome. Okay. Understood.
So we'll hear back on this in February and see where we go from there.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Manager and Madam Clerk. All right, so that resolves our last old business item. Let's move on to back to 13, which is our new business. We have 3 items remaining there. And the first of which is 13B. Commissioner Kennedy, sorry, Vice Mayor Kennedy, would you please
You can just call me Mac. It's a lot easier. It saves time in the meeting.
It is.
So guys, this is kind of one of these heavy items that every once in a while has to come. I have some concerns with what's going on around here, and I won't sugarcoat it. We've had some issues recently with meeting notices. Let's just talk about that first. Meetings not being properly noticed, and it's kind of bit us in the butt. And I need to understand better what's going on around here because we can't talk about these things outside of a meeting. I'm very clear on that budget mess that we just had to clean up. I'm very clear on what the repercussions were. I have no idea if you guys are clear on what the repercussions were. We had to have all 5 of us in that meeting that we had 5 commissioners in, and we had to have a unanimous vote to approve our budget at the end of December again. Do you know what would have happened if one of us had been in a car accident on the way to the meeting and didn't make it? Couldn't get on Zoom. If I got called out of town on a business trip and I was stuck on a plane and couldn't get there even by Zoom. Do you guys know what would have happened? Vero, do you?
There would have been no quorum, would have had no approval of the budget.
And what would have happened then? We wouldn't have been able to vote the budget through. Do you know what the repercussions would have been?
You tell me.
Lost a whole lot of money.
Our millage rate would go back to the rollback rate of what was it, Chris? 8.3 or something?
I don't have that information handy.
I think it's 8.3. Doesn't matter. It's 8 something, not 9 something. And we would have been up the creek. If one of us had missed that meeting, we would have gone back to the rollback rate and gone back to last year's budget. That is not acceptable. So I need to understand what's going on. How is it possible that this is happening? We have staff. I know we have some new people, but I'm sorry, I don't accept that as an excuse. Not when it's something this important and the people that we hire here know how important these things are. And then there was almost another kerfluffle there with the re-noticed meeting because of a date thing that had to go back and forth as well. And we had to make a correction. So I have an issue with that, and I think we need to discuss it here at this meeting and know what's going on. And then I come to a meeting and agenda items aren't on the agenda. Agenda items that I turn in writing weeks before the deadline. And they're not on the agenda. Things that we don't finish at a meeting that automatically go to the next agenda and they're not on the agenda. Backups that aren't right on the agenda. Links that aren't working and people can't open things. Residents calling me, there's no agenda online. I click on the agenda and it won't open. There's no Zoom link online. This is very frustrating. And if it were a bunch of little things, I would just be frustrated. But that budget thing really, really got to me because that could have been devastating for this community if all 5 of us hadn't shown up. And we had a commissioner resign days later. And if she hadn't shown up, we'd be in that situation. So I don't know how concerned you guys are. I can't talk to you when I run into you out on the street or at Publix. But in this room, I can talk to you. And as a group, I think we need to hear what's going on. And more importantly, what's being done about it, because we can't continue this. And I know we have a new manager and he hired a new clerk, but we hired a very credentialed person to run this place and he hired a very credentialed clerk to help him. And I need to understand why it's not working as well as it should. And I'll start with, do you guys have a concern? Am I the only one concerned?
No, I think it's a question, waiting for this item to come up so we could talk about it, because it's a question of process, I think. Ultimately, it's a question of process. And the question is what is the process? What are the procedures? How do we do it? And how can we identify issues and how can we improve it? And as I've had discussions in the past with people that have knowledge about it, it's about a system of checks and balances. How can we better implement a system of checks and balances that we have some oversight's a bad word. I don't want to say oversight because I don't want to make it seem like somebody's just looking over your shoulder, but oversight in that we have multiple people kind of just making sure that these things are done correctly. I will be very candid. I don't know what the answer is to that.
See, we aren't the solution to it.
No, we can't. I don't know that we can be.
Yeah.
But a system, a better system of process, procedure, and checks and balances.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if that's something that we'd be better off talking to other municipalities, saying, how can we be better? Do you do it in a way that we can implement? But the question is how we need to review it, and then we need to determine what it's going to look like to make it better. I don't know the answer right now.
Well, from my perspective, yes, I have some very serious concerns as well regarding the notifications and everything that you discussed. So for me, I want to hear from Chris. I'd like to hear from our attorney. I'd like to hear from our clerk, their perspectives on why we seem to be having these issues. And then we can kind of form an informed decision here as to what are the issues, because honestly, I don't know what the issues are, and I don't think you do, and I don't think you do, and I don't think nobody. They're the ones that are doing this work.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to hear from them. What are the problems? What are the issues? And then how can we help you if we can?
Can I say my point of view on that? Agreed. I think at least I know I have my conversations with Chris in terms of areas that, that could be bettered. And it's understood that many of them are because of the lack of processes and systems are. This whole thing about SOPs that I have been raising up since Mario had to do with that. If you have someone stand up and leave and someone new comes in and there is no process in place set up, clearly something's going to go wrong, especially when everybody is new. The two key people in this case are village manager and the right hand being the clerk. In the middle, I'm sure Chris you will let us know what the challenges have been to your perspective. But something that I did bring up to him during our conversations has to do how we evaluate and how we better put ourselves a measurement system KPIs, however you want to call it, that are contemplated within our staff as well to make sure that we are top level when it comes to service. We're very small, which presents many challenges and what needs to be covered. But service should be ultimately our goal. And there should be no faults in there. So there is a transition period that I think we've hit, and looking into what's next. I would also like to hear how that is going to be visualized and measured moving forward. We talked today about the evaluation for the manager. I'm talking about evaluation for employees, SOPs in place to make sure it's fair to evaluate them based on that. So I think we all understand there have been certain hiccups there that need to be addressed, some of them serious. And I also would love to hear from Chris and the rest of staff.
We've all raised, I think the salient points here. So, Mr. Manager, to put you on the spot, but not to put you on the spot, I think we'd all benefit from your feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had significant challenges. Significant challenges getting the correct items on the agenda, significant challenges getting the correct backup on agenda items. We've had significant challenges with making sure that we have our tech up and running so that we can post these accordingly. We've made a series of initial changes to transition away from the old system of paper into the new electronic system. So a new calendar, for example, that can be accessed outside of our webpage and things like that. The biggest problem that we've had, to be perfectly honest, is a complete lack of systems and, as you said, checks and balances, that double check. There's been a lot of assuming that things are going to be covered without having that second set of eyes, that second set of verification to ensure not necessarily that I'm doing my job or the clerk is doing her job or the deputy is doing her job, but rather that second set of eyes to make sure that one of us didn't miss something. All of these issues can be attributed to something that was being missed. So when situations like this pop up, I fall back to my old ways, and my old ways are SOPs. My old ways are getting the systems in place that force us to have that second check, that second set of eyes, that double check. The clerk and I were just chatting earlier this week about a process for agenda review. Once we get the agenda requests, how do we go through and make sure that we do have the correct things on the agenda, that we aren't missing something from last meeting, that the backup for each item is appropriate and included. And that's going to be part of this process that we're building. And as we're going, we are creating those SOPs. The other fallback that I have is relying on systems rather than people. So our current system is if a commissioner wants something included on the agenda, that's emailed in and hopefully we catch it. Clearly we haven't caught several items. So we're getting the system in place. I don't know what that's going to be yet, but we have to get a system in place where we can capture those items and make sure that we not only get them on the agenda, but whoever is responsible for doing that backup as part of our process is going to have the opportunity to do that. So that's kind of a big picture overview. Do you have anything to add? Otherwise, I can dig in some of the details.
It depends on what you want. If you want details, I can give you details. On the first ad, it was submitted to the Herald. They did not do it at a quarter page according to the state standard. I had no way of knowing that it wasn't done until it was sent to me that it wasn't done that way. I have never. Once it was pointed out to us that it was done, of course, by the letter from the state, in redoing it, that second situation about the dates happened because I was trying to make sure that it had all the legal requirements, the wording and stuff on it. Notice when they sent it back to me stating that this is what we're running, there was something missing. I then tried to rush to get that added because again, not only am I dealing with our deadlines, I'm dealing with deadlines of somebody who they have, the Herald has no obligation. The young lady says to me, this is the deadline. I try to meet that deadline only to find out that she was not correct in the deadline. Her people had given her an earlier deadline. So by the time they got the review of it, it was done. Again, believe it or not, in 20-something years, this is the first time I've ever had to deal with a trim notice, because finance usually handles that. So I explained to Chris, I'll do it the best I can. I'll sit down, I'll reread it. But if any of you know anything about trim, it's not a one-day learning process. You can't figure this whole thing out in a matter of a day or two. Brad helped me as much as you know, what he knew. We all tried to work it as much as, but at the end of the day, it was on me to get that ad in. Proper wording, proper size, proper dates, proper time. And I missed some point. Yes, it could have been at cost to the village. That's basically what happened. In other situations, we are working from pulling a rabbit out of the hat. There are no standard operating procedures, and I'll just say in the clerk's office on a lot of things. I am depending on, I have a deputy who has been here a little while, but has never done a lot of the work of the clerk. The work of the clerk is basic, but there are nuances to how you guys do things or have done things that I'm not privy to, that I'm having to find out as I go. Thank God for Linda, you know, who has assisted and helped as much as she possibly can. But I am doing it, writing the SOPs as I'm doing it, you know, going back with Chris, you know, leaning on Brad a little in some areas, saying, you know, in my experience, this is the way to, for example, I have never had to put the minutes of boards on an agenda. You know how I found that out? From a board member who said, I've been looking at the agenda and our minutes aren't on the agenda. Went to look, there's nothing anywhere that states that that's a part of your process. So we are doing the work and creating the processes as we're doing it. So there are some hits and there's some misses, and I promise you, I am aware, I believe, in speaking, you know, that Chris is aware, that there are some areas where we're gonna have to tighten up. We're working on doing the tightening up, but that's it in a nutshell.
And let me just, excuse me, let me just add to that. These are not excuses. These are problems that we're encountering. Each new problem that we encounter gives us the opportunity to figure out how to avoid it moving forward. We are putting those processes in place. We are looking at the procedural changes to make sure we're not missing any of these things. Each missed agenda item, each incorrect notice, these are extremely painful things for us professionally, because it reflects poorly on us, it reflects poorly on the job that we're doing, and it reflects poorly on the village. So these are not things that we're taking lightly, and these are not things that we're glossing over. I can assure you the clerk and I have been beating ourselves up much more than any of you possibly could as we try to work through these. So we are creating those SOPs. There are a lot of, as you said, there are a lot of things that Biscayne Park does a little bit different than a lot of the other municipalities. I have regular meetings with the other managers. I'm meeting for lunch tomorrow with some of the other managers, trying to talk through these issues. I forget which of you had said, do we reach out to other municipalities to see what they're doing? That's part of these discussions that we're having, and that's part of our learning process here at Biscayne Park. So to that end, we are more than welcome to take any suggestions you have, any ideas that you have, anything that you've seen to help make this easier.
I'll make a suggestion. This is not about coming down on anyone. It's about trying to make things better, right? So I understand, things go sideways. That's life. And I understand that you're working on manuals and policies, and obviously that's the long-term solution. But we didn't have them before, and this didn't happen. So it's not like someone threw out the policy manual when they left. But here's the suggestion I'll make. You know that some of these things are really critical in nature. You guys know which ones are the really important things. Getting trim notice out. Nothing's bigger than that, right? Publicly noticing meetings so we can hold a meeting, because if it's not noticed properly, we can't hold it. Getting the agendas, all the agenda things right. While you work on those policy manuals, someone needs to be checking and double checking and catching these mistakes. Look, guys, I run a sizable company when you put a dollar figure on it, but I have like that many employees. I am the Chris of a company. I get it. I completely get it. I don't assume that any of my staff is going to get, when it's an important thing, I don't assume they're getting it right. I check. I make sure I personally do, because it's going to come back on me. Because I'm the one that has to answer to the owner of the company. I'm the one that has to answer to the brands that we represent. It all comes back to me. It's all, everything is like spokes in a wheel, and it's Mac in the middle. I get it. And for that reason, I'm on the details of it. Why you might get emails from me at a strange time of day, because I work long days to get these things covered. It's just the reality. It's just the reality. But these things just simply can't keep happening. We just simply can't keep doing this and tripping over ourselves and having these unforced errors. And like I said at the beginning of this, if the unforced errors were small to medium unforced errors, I wouldn't have put this on an agenda. But that budget thing was a bridge too far. I want to change the topic to one other thing. It's related and it's on the item as well, and that is ordinances and resolutions. I have the same kinds of concerns about them, because ordinances are coming back to us that aren't correct. And I don't know who's responsible for checking those. I'll give you just one example. When we got the budget ordinance, the emergency reserve percentage was wrong. I'm the only one who even noticed. So who's checking? And then I'm not talking the one in December, I'm talking back in September. But then when it got picked up for the second budget, for when we had to redo the budget in December, the emergency meeting, it was wrong on there again. Okay, so, this is what scares me. So that makes me think, did Jonathan sign an ordinance with the wrong number on it? No. Jonathan, do you read the ordinances before you sign them and really make sure like the final changes were made?
He does.
I'm not questioning you. I'm curious. I'm asking.
Oh, I'm just explaining my process.
Yeah.
I go in and I go through page by page, line by line. I look at the changes, I look at the crossouts and look.
That's awesome, because when Brad says I copied and pasted it from the previous one that was wrong, it makes me wonder if the printed one that you signed was wrong. I don't know. I never saw it.
Those ones, the ones that come back and we say this is incorrect. Those ones always stick out. Those ones are like the big red
And for
thumbs.
that reason, just so you guys are aware, I asked Brad and I said, am I allowed to make this request? And he said, yes. He's now sending me all the ordinances and resolutions when we pass them, because I look at them again just to make sure, because when things start going wrong, it just makes me think, oh my God, what else have we missed? That could be really important. Budget thing. It makes me need to check everything, because I won't go to sleep if I think that those things are happening. So I'm now like checking the ordinances and resolutions, and the one for short-term rentals, I found something that I called Brad about. It was something that was inconsistent. He said, I can fix that. Great. And we're going to discuss some other things tonight that I saw in there that weren't mistakes at all. That's things that we missed. But I think everyone needs to have eyes on things. And I'm going to say something that may not make me a lot of friends up here, but sometimes I feel, and maybe I'm wrong, but sometimes I feel like I'm the only one reading some of these things, because I'm the only one, when it's time for commissioner comment, I'm the only one pointing them out. And that's why sometimes I say, I'll let you guys go first. I don't want to be sitting here. I don't want to be that guy. But someone's got to be. And it really should be, we should all be carrying that weight. So I really hope we can all have eyes on all of this stuff to make sure it's as good as it can be, because that budget thing freaked me out. When I talked to Brad and said, what are the implications? And he told me, I was like, shit, this is not a joke. This is now it got really real all of a sudden. Really real. I think we've talked this through enough unless someone else has something to say.
And that's what I thought. Commissioner Lambert, were you?
Were you saying something, Vero?
No, I was coughing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm certainly interested to see where we go with those updated procedures, because I think they do need checks and balances, and I'm certainly interested to see what we get from the other municipality and see what they can say about, I think it was something that the attorney and I discussed, the checks and balances thing. That's it's important and it's helpful. I mean, again, oversight may not be the right way to say it, because I think it sounds a little wrong, but
Same principle.
right, other accountability and second sets and
Eyes on it.
yeah, making sure these things get reviewed and it's important, so and I'm hopeful to see some good solutions come out of it, and I think that it's been brought up and there's a light shown on it, then we can make sure that it's not gonna happen again. So, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, thank you for the update on where we stand on making these corrections going forward. So having now gone over our 13D, let's move on to our 13F, which is the call for the special election to fill the vacant seat. Madam Clerk, I know you had an update on this after some discussions with the supervisor election, so be interested to hear what you have to tell us.
After we received the letter of resignation from Commissioner Oliveira, at that point, it was for us to reach out to the supervisor of elections to make a request to have the special election. That has been done. We're waiting for a yes. The issue is, in my discussion with one of the staff members over there, is they have a big primary election in March. Our final date within the 90-day range coincides with that date, with that election. So I am still waiting for them to give me, I've made some suggestions to them, waiting for them to say this will work for us and them, because it's a matter of the two ballots and processes and procedures bumping heads. So prayerfully, by tomorrow, sometime this week, we'll have the answer. We were saying that in order to pass the resolution, we may have to have a special meeting to do such. So as soon as as soon as I get that information, I will definitely get it to the manager, the attorney, and then out to you all, so we can make the time, we got to get the timeline for qualifying and the ads that need to go out about the election and so forth and so on.
And we have to pass a resolution to call the election. Is that what happens?
Cut you off, I'm sorry. So just to talk about this process a little bit.
Brad, you're gonna have to talk in your mic. It's not recording.
Yeah, I've got too much stuff in front of me.
We should probably have you sit down here, Brad. There's two mics down here.
That's fine. I can move next time. But just to talk about the process a little bit, I had a chance to review the village charter and the applicable provisions. So, and if I can just ask Madam Clerk, when was the date of resignation? So under your charter, the special election has to be held no later than 45 days, or I'm sorry, less than 45 days, no more than 90 on the date of the vacancy, which is December 27th. There's also a provision in your charter 2-61, which basically, what says that the commission shall fill the seat by appointment approved by majority vote within 30 days from the vacancy. So that, if I'm calculating that right, by the end of this month, you would have to have a vote, have a special meeting to temporarily fill that vacancy until the special election. Madam Clerk is correct. We need to do a resolution, and hopefully we can do that resolution shortly to establish and set the special election.
I'm sorry, Brad, you said we're gonna fill the vacancy?
You have to temporarily fill the seat.
We've done that before.
What's that?
We haven't done that before.
I'll read it again. If I've read it incorrectly, I'll correct myself, but.
While you read that to us, Brad, Madam Clerk, let me just make something clear. 90 days from the 27th, I have as March 26th, that Tuesday. So it looks like that Tuesday worked out because I think what the clerk was saying, and I don't want to repeat it, but to paraphrase is simply that we can't hold the special election prior to their primary, the state primary.
Well, we have a window, and if I understood what Pamela said, she said the window is basically the middle of February till the end of March. That's the window to hold the election. She said between 45, no sooner than 45 and no later than 90. So that,
But yes, sir.
I'm just using round numbers. That would be
Right.
middle of February to end of March. That's our window.
Right, but I think what she was told by the, I'm sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth, clerk. What she was told by the supervisor of elections is that they didn't want us to hold it before their primary, which is in March.
No, I understand, but
Yeah.
we have to fit, we have to fit.
We have a window, correct? Yes, yeah, absolutely. So I think the idea was that we were targeting the 26th of March. Because that would give us, that's the last day, but that gives us enough time. No, when the primary is the week prior, the 19th of March.
Is this the presidential primary? I don't know what primary
I'm
we're
not sure
talking.
which primary.
And why can't they just lump it in together? Uh,
You know.
I mean, it does make me a little nervous that it's on day 90.
Why can they lump them together? What was
Apparently they've advised us that they don't want to do that or they can't do that. Sorry,
done.
she can't hear you because.
I think it's more or less, their processes have already
started or.
started, gone forth. They may even have that ballot printed by now.
Oh, okay. So they can't amend their procedures, because they've already started it.
Yeah, cause that's gonna really suck.
That's kind of scary for us to be that tight, but we could do it, but it could be as soon as.
What are the
middle of February.
repercussions about that? We should ask that question if it doesn't happen.
That's an interesting question. So there is nothing in your charter that has the repercussions.
Yeah.
There's nothing in state law for as far as repercussions, excuse me, tongue-tied. I guess you could be subject to suit by one of your residents for not complying with your provisions. But,
If there's nothing in the charter,
It-
how could we be subject to a lawsuit?
Yeah.
well, the charter still requires.
It's the requirements there. There's just
The
no,
charter still requires you to hold that election within that timeframe. That.
we're waiting for the county to get back to us. And the second that happens, we can call an emergency meeting and
Approve the date.
and approve a date. And it doesn't have to be that end of March date. Maybe we could do it sooner.
Well, remember, you also have to do the publication.
Right.
So, and the publications are 4 consecutive weeks in the newspaper.
So we haven't gotten a confirmed date. I mean, as far as or they said for sure this is the, so we don't even
I
have,
don't know.
so are they planning on telling us anytime in the near future? That, we can let residents know that there's gonna be an election?
In my, letter today to them after my conversation this morning, I stated our timeline and that suggested that the 26th could be our special election date,
Which is the 90 day.
which is the 90 day.
Do they know that?
Yes, that's in the letter. All of that, I took from the charter why I'm requesting this particular date and so forth, because the conversation about the 19th was via phone. So I had to put it all in writing.
You're anticipating that they're gonna let you know soon,
Yes,
day,
yes,
tomorrow.
yes.
And
Yeah.
so back to the 30-day, 60-day. What's the story?
So I'm reading it again, and I'm going to read it to y'all.
Yes, please.
So if a vacancy occurs on the commission and more than 6 months remain in the unexpired term of a commissioner, the vacancy shall be filled by a special election to be held no sooner than 45 days, or more than 90 days following the occurrence of the vacancy, unless there is a village, county, state, or national election scheduled to take place not sooner than 45 days or more than 90 days following the occurrence of the vacancy, in which case the vacancy shall be filled by the scheduled general election. The next sentence says, during the pendency of an election to fill the vacancy under this subsection, the vacancy shall be filled by an appointee approved by a majority vote of the remaining commissioners within 30 days following the occurrence of the vacancy. The appointee shall fill the vacancy until the special or scheduled general election. So as I read that provision,
Clear to me.
to me, it's pretty clear because it specifically says the appointee shall fill the vacancy until the special or scheduled general election. So it's saying either one. So as I read this within, yes, sir. And you'd have to do that by during a special.
Another meeting before that.
Okay, that's interesting because we have not done that before. I ran in a special election.
But I mean, it sounds pretty doggone clear to me. I don't know
I mean,
how else you read that.
That's the way I interpret it. It's 2-61.
So it's a temporary fill until the election.
Right. Because if you think about it, it makes sense. Because right now you only have 4 votes, which means if you can't get a consensus vote or a majority vote when needed, you can't do business.
I get it, I get it.
But then this temporary appointee says that that person can serve until the special election or the general election.
Well, because it's referencing,
Check.
it's because it's referencing the 6 month, the less than 6 months and more than 6 months.
Gotcha, okay, okay.
So it's saying under either circumstance, whether you have to do a special election or you can wait to the general election, you have to fill the vacancy. And it
So we're
does
not-
make sense.
So we have until January, what is it? January?
27. 26,
6.
sorry.
30 days?
And so what do we do?
Special election.
January
Special
26th?
meeting. You can do,
Another special meeting?
you would have, well, the thought would be, the thought would be to be able to do the special meeting to handle the resolution setting the special election and the appointment of the interim commissioner on the same day.
Okay, so now we're gonna have to schedule another special meeting before January 26th?
I think we were probably having to do that anyway to, once the.
Do the reso.
The idea is, yeah,
Yes.
we have to do it
Also,
anyway.
but-
We
so-
can do them both at that one meeting.
Yeah, but we need to put this paper and all that good stuff.
But unfortunately, I cannot, I'm sorry, I can't do the resolution until I have, because the resolution requires, by ordinance, it requires the date of the election, purpose of the election, days and hours. So without that information, we can't pass a resolution.
Process is the clerk is going to get a date from the supervisor of elections. After we have that date, you prepare the resolution. We have a special meeting for the resolution and the appointment of the interim.
I can hear you guys.
The
Sorry.
appointment by resolution.
And I guess the
Like
next.
2 resolutions.
I guess the next question,
Process
Both.
Resolution setting the meeting, and then there would be there would be a resolution
setting
setting the election, the special election, and also a second resolution appointing the interim commissioner. Sorry about that.
and I guess
We were
the
saying-
next,
Now, right now, then you would have to get a process for appointing the interim commissioner.
yeah, that's what I was just gonna say, that for us would be how would we go about appointing someone? Do we bring?
It doesn't say how that should
No,
be
it's
done.
it's a majority vote,
Well, it says.
Yeah,
so.
so you
by-
just
by-
bring, somebody's name and then start fighting over here who's.
In my experience,
Yes,
it has happened a lot. No, you would put out, it has happened several times in Miami when I was there, but you will put out a call for a candidate.
Mhm.
And you come before the commission, you can ask them to either present resume, whatever, why
at the special meeting? At the
no,
special meeting?
well,
Prior to the, well, because that would be another meeting.
well, I would think that it would happen at your special meeting.
Yeah, at the special meeting. So you bring a name and you bring the person and then they plead their case and why they should be appointed and blah, blah, blah.
And then you all
Decide.
vote.
You can advertise.
Mhm.
When I say advertise, I mean post. with
Yeah,
the
post it.
village. Anybody, pursuant to
Interested?
this section, the village commission needs to appoint an interim commissioner. We're looking for individuals who are interested in serving in that position. You can.
Matter of interest.
application Process, you can require them to write something, you
We
present.
don't have time to pull all of that off. We'll be pressed just.
It's
Yeah.
not a hard
I'm just giving
process.
you options. So, and then at the special meeting that we have to pass the 2 resolutions, the seating of the interim and the resolution setting the election, you would have your process, your interviews, talk.
So we
or
could have
whatever,
4
and do-
candidates up here.
Yeah.
Potentially.
All like,
Somebody has to get three because we're a
It is not-
4-person commission, and assuming all 4 of us show up, somebody has to get 3 votes, with two is a tie is a fail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, all right. So
yes, sir? Why are you talking to me? You gotta go through.
I can't hear the
no,
question.
what the question that's being asked, Commissioner Amsler, is how long of a term does this person serve? And my understanding that the appointee will only serve until the special election, correct?
Fill the seat.
To the, right,
Until the seat is.
But the appointee can run. The
Yes.
Appointee
Yes.
can run for,
Including them.
yes, I've
Including them
had
from
cities
running.
ask the person,
Okay.
not to, or if they would, or whatever, but at the end of the day,
So then it
There's
sounds like,
nothing in- There's nothing in your.
there's nothing that prohibits them
There's
from.
nothing in your code that would prevent the interim appointee to run for the
Okay.
seat, and it happens in other jurisdictions.
okay, so it sounds like tomorrow we need to get some sort of call out to have people come to us with candidacy and at minimum a resume, I guess. and-
I can post for a letter of interest. and-
Letter of interest would be fine.
Okay,
You don't.
Can
need
I ask a
formal
question?
application process.
yeah, sure, Commissioner.
What would the case be if no one shows up, or in the case that one person shows up? So in the case that there is one
get the
person
majority.
immediately gets appointed, or in the case there is no person, what would happen?
Are you talking about when we're appointing someone or the election?
When we are appointing someone, say no one steps forward.
Let's just hope that doesn't happen.
Well, someone will.
Yeah,
There's someone sitting in the audience who's trying to step forward right now. We'll have someone, don't you worry.
there will be some, there will be some.
And
He's
if
already
there-
stepped forward.
If there is one person that steps forward, would that make it automatically the person to be appointed because there's only one?
We have to vote on
You
them and they
still
have to
be
get
a
a
formal
majority.
vote, but,
Yeah.
I guess they could be a write-in, but you could have a formal vote. But yes, I mean, my thought would be, if there's only one person volunteering for the position,
Okay, so we need to,
vote that person in.
this all hinges on Pamela hearing back from the county and then we figure out what's gonna.
I was under the impression that you want me to go ahead on and post a letter of. interest.
Yes.
Do we want that?
Whether we
all?
get back
We can do
tomorrow.
that, but I mean, we can't we can't call that meeting. We're talking about calling a meeting to do both.
Oh, but what you can do,
what
and
you're
there's one
saying.
other thing we need to discuss, but what you can do is put the call out now, give a deadline, say a 2-week deadline, or what, a 10-day, 2-week deadline. So at least you have the names. We know we're gonna have to do the special meeting in the latter part of the month. So at least you have those names up front.
Okay, here's my concern. We're now gonna put a call out for candidates, basically for someone who's gonna serve for 90, 60 days, 45 days, whatever.
Whatever it is.
Very short-term thing. They'll probably serve at 2 commissioners. We need to make sure we do that really well, because we can't not communicate that as aggressively and effectively and impactfully as we possibly can, or that's really not cool at all. So we need to make sure that it's being done. Are we gonna decide, is it gonna be email blasts and social media and signs around the village? I mean, we're gonna decide what it's gonna be, but it can't be sort of half-assed and make anyone feel like, oh, they only let people know who are, already interested in doing it anyway. I have a question for Pamela. Don't take this the wrong way, because I don't know what you did where you worked. I mean, I know what you did. I know you were a clerk. But you're gonna be the supervisor of elections. Have you run an election before?
I've run more elections than I.
That I've been around to vote for? Okay, I just have to ask, because do you have the manpower here? Do you have the tools you need? Because you have to do an election like, boom, it's a little dress rehearsal for November. Do you have everything you need from the village to do this?
I need to-
And you have Linda?
I have Linda and I have an.
wait, so now I'm confused, as far as what you just said. So
But-
you're asking for an email blast, you're asking for candidates to show up. So how are we going to find these people? How are we gonna know who they are? What, are they gonna come here and stand in a line on on the day of,
If I will suggest.
or whatever it is, like
I get it.
what's the process here? Because I just thought we would just nominate somebody, us,
That can happen too.
um,
That can happen too.
and then.
Anything we want it to be.
Right, I mean, that's the, you know, I mean, I don't know, so, but I guess that's the question, right? So how do you guys see this playing?
You have a choice.
No,
And-
no, I know, okay, so I'm asking them.
Yeah,
So,
oh.
guys, how do you guys see this playing out? Or how do you want to see it playing?
I think in a village this small, we should put a call out and let people know there needs to be a real clear communication. This is what's going on. We are required to fill this seat. We are asking anyone who's interested to come forward and make themselves known to us this way by this date, whatever. We could also nominate people ourselves, but I think it really would be a bad look if we just came in here and kind of looked like we were sort of almost hand selecting someone. We need to let people step up.
So
That's my opinion.
if,
I
if
think
that's
that's-
the case, then
you're
that's gotta have to happen like now,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
yesterday.
for tomorrow. it's-
And then there's gotta be a deadline, and then we have to be made aware of who these people are. And then, yeah, and then we have to talk to, I mean, at least I'm gonna
But
wanna.
we don't even have a special date yet. Maybe. we
So
may
that's
have-
the thing, you can do some kind of notice, a letter of whatever you want to put out, however you want to put it out. So that you get the message out that you need to fill this seat, and you're looking for qualified candidate. You can have those individuals provide a letter of intent
To the clerk,
to the clerk, and the clerk can share it
okay,
with the commissioners.
just like when managers were applying.
Yes, exactly.
They
And-
would,
And then what you can do is, once you all have had an opportunity to review those and you want to speak to those individuals privately, you certainly can do that. Obviously, you can't do it collectively unless you do it publicly. Then what would happen when we go to this special meeting, you would take nominations from the dais as to which members are going to be presented for a vote. So you don't necessarily have to vote on everybody who sends a letter of intent. You can do that by nomination.
Mhm.
You can take all the letters of intent if you want and discuss them all publicly and collegially
Could we, Brad, let's say we
Do
had
that, by the
six
way.
sorry?
that process that we did, like, with manager, we
Yeah.
could do that.
Brad, if we had, let's say, 6 candidates, could we put the 6 candidates on a piece of paper and do a written vote up here? I know we have to read our votes out loud, but do a written vote so we could actually vote for the person we want. Here's what I don't like is when it's that mad rush up here to know who can nominate the fastest, you know? I'd rather have the 6 names on a piece of paper. We take a vote and the 2 bottom candidates are dropped off the bottom and we vote again until we have someone gets to 3. But yeah, I know you have to make them public. We could read them out loud after we cast our votes.
I've done that.
Ever seen it done that way?
I've done it that way.
I
And-
feel
Sounds
more
like our clerk has done it.
comfortable just Kind of doing it that way, yeah.
Mhm.
It's-
Madam Clerk has done
No,
this so many times, she's seen it all.
Yes,
I don't know.
I've seen it done that way where the commissioners didn't even do it on a piece of, they tore off a piece of paper, put a name
Okay.
of those persons, either who were standing before them or the person whom they personally wanted to nominate. But,
It's all record and I know it has. to
and
be all
then the
maintained.
clerk
Yeah.
reads off the votes until they got a
I'm more comfortable with that
person.
when it comes to this. Okay, well, the first thing is we need to get a call out. Pamela, I'm out of the country the 24th to the 29th. Unless we did a meeting on the 24th in the daytime,
That means
January. I could meet on the 24th in the morning. And I bet we probably could. We're allowed to meet in the daytime, aren't we?
Sure, we could probably meet.
Okay.
whenever.
Yeah, so. So, Art, I'm out of the country the 24th to the 29th. But I could be here the day of the 24th in the morning, but not in the afternoon or evening. And I get back very. I think, what am I going out of the country for? Yeah, for the appointing
Special.
and possibly also the resolution.
Okay, so the only thing I would ask Brad, is, to double and triple check that ordinance, because since that, I understood it like you understood it. but it's never happened here before. So I just want to make sure that, we, cross all our Ts and dot all our Is. From your perspective?
That really caught me off guard because
I've read it.
No, I
sure.
listen, I hear it and I understood it that way, but,
Discussed it with a colleague.
well, you've already discussed it with someone else. Okay.
Quite frankly, I discussed it with Ed. And I
Okay.
said, what do you think? And he said, it says what it says.
Okay. Well, then it is what it
So,
is.
I mean, I don't know any.
Okay.
I
No,
can't
no.
see any other way to interpret it.
No. Okay. So if you're comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it. That's fine. Okay. So 24th, you said?
24th in the evening, I leave.
Okay, so did we get a deadline? Well, we don't even know when this thing is.
Guys, may I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I think because there are so many unknowns and we've got to decide now, we can't like sort of do it. We have to do it during this meeting. Why don't we right now decide on a special meeting to appoint, to fill the vacancy? Because we know we have to do that in 30 days. That's our first deadline. Just decide on a special meeting for that now, get that done so we can start the communication, because that provides the deadline for submissions to commit or whatever we're going to do and get that done. In the meantime, if Pamela gets something back from the county that says that she gets the date, we could do that meeting the same night. All we're doing is signing a resolution that night, calling the election, right? We could slot it onto the agenda and do it. Otherwise, we call it on the meeting.
It's a
Take
special
5 minutes.
spotted on. It has to be advertised as
Oh,
exactly what's going to be.
Right, exactly. Right, whenever you hold a special meeting, you have to specifically state the purpose at the time.
okay.
To your
Devil's
point,
advocate, what would happen if we right now called a special meeting to do both and you advertise it and it didn't happen?
You would be better off doing it that way than,
Yeah, then why don't we do that? Why don't we put a date, pick a date right now to do both? Pamela can advertise the meeting, so we make our advertising deadline for a special meeting for both topics. She can start the process of call for nominees, and we know we're coming to do that. Best case scenario, she gets a date from the county and we do it. Worst case scenario, we just don't do that part of the meeting. And we have to do it again anyway, which we would have to do anyway, but we're kind of set up to do it and push it out as far as we can to give us ample time.
so to that point, with the date I was looking at, because the date we have to fill it by is the 26th. So
Yep.
23rd, that's a Tuesday, that's in 2 weeks.
Can you advertise it in the 23rd? It would have to be in the evening. I'm at a convention that day, but I'll hightail it home and be here.
It was a Tuesday, it's 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, that's fine.
Commissioner Amzer, would you be available for that?
Yes.
Why don't we do that again? Tentative date, 23rd for those 2 items, and we'll wait for the clerk to hear back, but we will have her post the call for nominees with a letter of intent. And
time,
What time?
Can we do that when it's 7 o'clock, please? Because I'm going to be over in South Beach at a convention. I've got to get back.
no, it's fine. 7 o'clock, Commissioner Amzer, is that all right?
Yep, that's good with me.
January 23rd, 7 p. is a special meeting, hopefully to sign the resolution to call the election date and also to fill the vacancy.
Correct.
I will get in touch with the foundation. They had rescheduled their meeting from tonight to the 23rd.
Sorry.
Well, they could meet at the rec center. I'm sure they'd meet there if you ask.
So I'll reach out to them to let them know. And then
When
just a reminder, I'm not going to be around.
How are we going to advertise this?
Yeah,
That was going to be my next question. What are you asking for? Do you want a letter of interest? Do you just want a name? Do you want a resume?
No, well,
I don't
Yes,
know
you
that we
can.
need a resume.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with.
You can get a service.
yeah, just somebody.
A resume meaning, tell me what you've
For
done.
me, it
what
could be
you-
a simple email saying, I'm interested in being a candidate, I'm a resident, my address, my number, my phone number,
Right.
blah, blah, and that's
Fit
it.
those qualifications.
Just write us an email.
Yeah.
Brad, I have a question for you though. And I have the ordinance pulled up here, but I think to read it. Can a board member cannot even run in an election. They have to I had to resign a seat to
Resign to-
run. Does someone who's going to fill this position temporarily have to also resign from the board, even to nominate themselves for it?
they would have, they would have to, at the very least, yes, they would have to be off that. They could not be on that board.
To-
So,
To serve that period of time or even to nominate themselves? Because we have language in here somewhere that says you can't run if you're on a board. You've got to resign from the board. I'm not sure what the language says exactly.
Gotta look at the language itself. My thought would be, you certainly.
Can't serve.
You would certainly have to resign. You couldn't serve on the board and the commission because that's dual office holding. So that you could not do. At what point you'd have to resign, I'd have to look.
So how are you going,
So the the state resign to run law was modified by the governor when he.
Well, someone's going to need to look into that little detail because we need to make sure that, you know, we may have board members who have to understand it.
Yeah, I have to look at the ordinance.
So, and Madam Clerk, in the advertisement, so to speak, and that's not what it is, but you know what I mean. To Vice Mayor Kennedy's point is we do want to make it very clear that we need to fill that position for that period of time, that this is not a permanent.
Right. It will state that, and I also have to qualify them as if they were a candidate, meaning the residency, you know.
Okay.
the whole-
Registered voter.
Right, so I'm going to ask them as they submit their, letter of interest, that they also come into the office to make sure that they are a qualified candidate.
So basically, all the qualifications apply to this as well. A spouse of one of us cannot be appointed, a close family member. They have to be a citizen, a registered voter, okay,
1 year resident.
resident.
so I'm sorry, but you haven't told me yet how you're going to advertise this. What's the advertising?
That was going to be my question to you all.
Okay,
We can do our website, we can do, an email blast,
Hmm.
we can put it in a paper.
the more the better. So as far as I'm
Put it
concerned,
in, you mean the newspaper? I don't think we need to put it.
I'm not,
don't-
yeah, I'm
I
just
don't
not,
think we need to print it in the newspaper.
right.
no, but I mean, we can put it, you can even put it on Nextdoor.
I think it should be on Nextdoor, whatever social media platforms we're on, I think it should be on there.
Yeah.
I think it should be posted in every place in the village that we post things.
Mhm.
And I think an email blast should go out.
Yep.
And then word will spread from there. Yep.
Agreed.
That works?
Is there a problem doing this when Chris is not here? Because Chris, you're not here that week, right?
It's
Okay, okay.
minimal.
No, that's totally fine.
Okay.
And the other thing that we will have to establish, because there's nothing in code or charter to establish it, is the qualification period. And I'm talking about the actual election itself. I'm not talking about the interim. I'm talking about
Well, we won't know that until we have a date.
something for you to start thinking about.
Oh, okay. Well, let's first think
So
about
what
picking a
would,
date.
what would, I'm sorry, what would we have to think about exactly?
We only have a certain amount of time. It doesn't matter. So as soon
Can't
as,
be until the earliest middle of February. It has to be done by March 26th. So
Yeah.
what is the what do we have to decide?
once it's posted,
Under your code, there is a qualification period
Yep.
that's outlined. The problem with it, it's impossible to meet under these timelines for a special election.
Well, because the county has to print a ballot. This is an actual election at the rec center with our precincts and the whole 9 yards, right? This is a county-run election.
That's,
Yeah, so the county is gonna give us deadlines to submit the names, and that's, until we know that, we can't put together a qualification period because they have to print the ballots, and they'll give Pamela, am I correct? They'll give you an election date and a date that we need these qualified candidates.
of course,
Not so much as that we need the qualifying candidates. There is a process for, the advertising of that election, getting that
Mhm.
notification out, but they will give me a date certain that they need to know who's the candidate
Right.
for the
Right.
ballot process.
so for instance, in your code for a regular election, it basically says that the, candidates for the seat shall qualify with the village clerk no earlier than 9 AM on the 84th day, no later than 4 PM on the 73rd day prior to the date
That's
of
not
the general
happening.
election. Clearly, that can't work because the timeframes are impossible.
that's
So
something that we're gonna have to.
we're all gonna have to establish what that frame is
But we can't do that until we know,
when the election.
well, not just when the election is, but when they need from Pamela the names to print the ballot. That's really the more critical date is when do they need the names?
Get it?
Yeah.
You've got to.
So we're just kind of hanging here until we get that. Okay, so at least we have a date to fill the vacancy, which is our first responsibility,
Right,
and
and a date to approve the,
sign a resolution. Approve a resolution.
okay. Well, that's all. All right.
And we budgeted for this, guys.
Yes, that's right. Perfect. Yeah, we are at 10:01. All right. I think that concludes everything that we need to talk about for 13F. We only had one item remaining, which is 13H, so I'll request for a placement of that item onto our next agenda.
If you guys want to say 15 minutes, it's not going to be fast.
Okay, so request to have that item moved to next month's. And having no further business, request the motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Second.
and all in favor?
Vera,
Aye.
feel better.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
You need
Have a
some
good
chicken
night.
soup? Make a
Yeah,
killer chicken soup.
I'm gonna do that, believe me. Thank you
Feel
guys so
better.
much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So our officers just arrested a man for breaking into a house near yours.
My house, yeah, I heard the story
Yep.
already, yeah.
This is the same crew that broke into another house here in Biscayne Park a little bit ago. Crew. Yeah, it was a 14-year-old female and her uncle. So, with the dog, with the pit bull.
Who was the 14-year-old? And they broke into who?
They'd broken into another house here in the village. I don't know where that one is off the top of my head. The 14-year-old girl and her uncle are the ones that broke in.
Oh, and that's who they caught?
Yeah. They didn't catch the girl.
Okay.
They caught the guy. The girl, they were able to track down the girl and she's now with her grandmother.
And a pit bull. Yeah, how are you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I know the name. Absolutely. Thank you.
I.
Amen.
I read it. I remember Jerry used to speak statute on it. And all I did was. Well, I'll wait. I wanted to. Yeah.